without having a cogent reason of going to court. It's a matter of who has his case to prove. Only who's to prove lies or who alleges.
Okay, so well, we're still expecting information from you concerning the reserve. Right now, what would you say is the economic activity? Has there been a boost because of the convention, or you think there's been a hike in the price of things when it comes to the city Abuja and the environment of the convention ground, which is the Eagle Square? Is this really, is it actually good economic
generally it is expected because now I cannot hear you properly. Kelly, what are you saying?
Okay, so what I'm saying is this: with the convention really taking place today, has it really added to the economic boost of the city Abuja and the environs of the Eagle Square? Do we have much economic activities taking place there in terms of, we know that this is a time maybe sale because of the sun, there'll be sale of water, sale of some soft drinks and the rest of it. Has it added any economic value to some things?
No doubts about that. It will definitely have positively to the economy situation in the country, especially that of Abuja's Federal Capital Territory, because people coming from different states have to patronize commercial vehicles, people that are flying out to buy tickets, a lot of people have to check in into different hotels. Definitely, either we like it or not, this is going to affect the economy of every part of this country, but largely Abuja city in particular.
Okay, so tell us now, could you really explain the process of the accreditation that will take place here today and what we should expect?
Now, if you look directly opposite me, you are going to see the samples of the INEC, the chief and the major observer of this convention. They are ready for any form, method adopted for this exercise. Now, the accreditation of delegates are going on at the various hotels by the protocol and the accreditation department of this convention. Now, the more they accredit them, the more they come in. But it is compulsory for anybody to come into this Eagle Square today must have a certified and approved accredited tag that will carry the identity of which platform you represent. We are expecting them to come in, but right now you can see different places, samples are very, very scanty. I can, from where I'm standing, I am seeing Kogi, Kwara, Niger, and Nasarawa states. They are very, very empty. Then you can see by my side there, I have a VIP, another observer. Opposite me directly, I'm having Ondo, Oyo. They are very empty. So we are expecting them to come in after they are duly accredited by the accreditation team, and they will be coming to the Eagle Square.
Okay, so
right now they are trying to start up something, irrespective of who or who is not sitting.
All right, so tell
now on the podium they are trying to test how strong the podium is. That is what they are trying to test. The logistic department, they are already on the podium trying to see how strong the podium is to carry their dignitaries when the time comes. We are expecting them to start. I don't know what modality they will make use of in the absence of delegates.
So tell us about, you actually told us about some little challenges you faced actually getting accredited. Could you really reel out those stories to us about the challenges you faced or media officers have actually faced in getting accredited?
At the end of the day, at the beginning of this exercise, we supply our names, hoping they are going to work with the names when the time comes. But unfortunately, when we got there yesterday night, they did not work with the list. But fortunately for us, we got our accreditation tag this morning at about 9:30 a.m.
Okay, so you were trying to say something about the accreditation of NUJ personnel today. So have they been accredited? Are they in the venue as we speak?
NUJ, Nigerian Union of Journalists.
Yes.
No, there's nothing like NUJ accreditation. The accreditation is meant for the INEC, sorry, for the APC press corps.
Okay.
Those that are on their platform, that have been with them, you will be accredited as long as you are part of their media network. Then we now have other media houses that are privileged to bring in their OB van, and they are there majorly leading the NTA, as you know, National Nigeria Television Authority. They are already here with their OB van, hoping every other media houses will pick from them.
All right. So, do we have the presence of foreign observers here at the convention ground?
Well, as it stands today, I have been seeing people carrying observers tag. I have not seen any foreigner among them, but I have been seeing people with different observer tags, but they are Nigerians, purely Nigerians. If I see anyone, it will be a catchy story to interview such person.
All right. So, with what is happening so far, do you see the accreditation?
He will talk to us some other time.
Okay. So, have you been able to cite the presence of any person from the unity list, talking about Victor Giadom and the rest of them?
Nnamdi, I must confess, I must be serious with you about now that the issue of unity list is something that is being held closely to their chest. They are not yet releasing any. Everything we are hearing as it stands today is still in the realm of speculations. As for that list, it is tightly and closely held to their hearts.
Okay, so do you have any information concerning the way people are feeling about the exclusion of political aides from voting at the convention? People like political appointees. How are some of them?
Right.
So, do you have any reactions from people?
Yeah, this is another APC big. We say hi to Nigerians.
Hi, Nigeria.
What's your name?
My name is Honorable Larukani Ojajere.
You are from which state?
From Yobe State.
You are from Yobe State.
Yes.
Now the question is that what is holding us back?
Holding us back as in what?
What
To
is
start this occasion on time.
Yes.
He has run away. He cannot answer that question, Nnamdi.
Wow. Okay, quite.
He has run away.
Quite.
He cannot tell us reason why we have not started. He ran away immediately. I asked him that question.
Quite.
It is clearly stated that the screening committee are trying to use the same mayor for everybody, irrespective of where you are coming from. What is good for Mr. A should be good for Mr. B. I think in order not to have a lopsided arrangement at the level of screening, they are taking time to get it right.
Okay, so Shola, just hold on. We're trying to really get some other analysts really join us over there in Abuja. Some of them are in their hotel rooms. We're expecting Dumezo Samson. We're also expecting Ene Precious. I don't know if they're there. Ene Precious. All right, Ene Precious. Okay, so we're still establishing network with them, connections with them over there in Abuja while they join. So, Shola, so far, so good. What is the security situation there in Abuja?
No, I'm a journalist. I'm reporting.
You are reporting. Okay, you are a journalist.
He's a journalist. I'm a journalist. Yes, I'm reporting with my TV station.
TV station?
Atlantic Television.
Okay, so tell us, Shola. Okay, so Precious, are you there right now? How about Dumezo? Dumezo, are you there? Okay, so we actually expecting more issues really take place here today. So Shola, are you there right now?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay, so what's the security situation there in the Eagle Square?
Very, very tight. Very, very tight. The process of gaining entrance, even with your tag, is becoming too cumbersome because you have about 3 levels of checking points before you gain entrance to the main stage. Then we have people still going about to check and cross-check your tag with your ID card. They are highly scrutinizing everybody that is seated in this Eagle Square.
All right. Well, it's actually about 12:50 p.m. on today, Saturday, the D-Day. We've been waiting for the 26th of March at the APC convention. Going there, we have Shola Afonye, our political correspondent there in Abuja, giving us live reports of things really happening in Abuja over there. So, Shola, we'd like to also take you on this now. Could you also brief us on the situation of the leadership of the party, that's the situation of the committee in Abuja? Could you tell us the people we're actually expecting once it comes to the unity list? Do you have the names of those we're expecting when it comes to the unity list?
As I said earlier, we don't have any now. I think it is priority of any journalist on ground today to be watching out for that list when it eventually comes. But the leadership of APC today are holding that list solely to their chest. Even at the level of their IBIPs and their political leaders that are not close to the CECP are yet to know what is in that list. The Governors Forum are meeting already, the National Assembly Forum are meeting. Presidency is still not relenting to make sure the will of Mr. President is done.
Okay, we also learned that the police actually beefed up security and divert traffic around the Eagle Square. That means most people will not be allowed to really park close to the Eagle Square. What's the traffic situation?
There is a form of a circle barricade around Eagle Square from the 4 cardinal points of Eagle Square, leaving about 1 to 2 kilometers apart for people to trek before you get to Eagle Square.
Okay, so Shola, while we try to really establish connections with other analysts here in our studio and around Abuja, wherever they are, we'll really connect to you shortly. Right about now, we'll be taking a short break. We'll come back to you in Abuja, Shola. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Namdi.
But I remain committed to the United Kingdom leaving.
Since I became Prime Minister, I've said we must get on and get Brexit done on October the 31st so that this country can move on.
Sir, my amendment is that Mr. President should be invited to come and explain the situation.
For the Nigerian government to stop killing its people and
anchor on the facts, breaking news and in-depth interviews on a wide range of topics.
Atlantic Television Network, home for in-depth reportage, facts, professionalism, all the news you need. Atlantic Television Network. Atlantic Television Network.
Atlantic Television Network, anchoring facts.
The making of Wish 99.5 FM and Atlantic Television Network. The renowned American coach, speaker, and author of the bestseller Awakening the Giants Within, Anthony J. Robbins said, "Setting goals is the first step in turning the invisible into the visible." This best describes the birth and storyline of Morrison Communications' Wish 99.5 FM and Atlantic Television Network broadcast brands. Morrison Communication Limited is a 100% wholly Nigerian indigenous private company incorporated in 2003. The company has a three-pronged line of business: ICT, events, and media. Her media engagements commenced in 2003 with the establishment of Wish newspaper and 2005 with Wish International magazine. It has established and operated several internet centers across the country. Morrison is still one of the major events management organizations with high-profile shows to her credit, as well as parading the state-of-the-art equipment in the sector. The company ventured into electronic media by applying for license to operate a radio channel in 2008 and procured equipment to show its readiness and determination. However, this was not to be, as bureaucracy and state act did not allow the realization of the dream. In 2017, the company employed a strategic approach which led to the establishment of Wish 99.5 FM, Port Harcourt, Nigeria's business radio, and has continued to dominate the broadcasting sphere. The company's development plan brought about the announcement that it is establishing a television network in 2020, which many saw as a dream, in reminiscence of Roy T. Bennett's quote that dreams don't work unless you take action. The surest way to make your dreams come true is to live them. True to the fact, in January 2021, the world woke up to reality of the birth of Atlantic Television Network, ATN, a state-of-the-art digital network. Atlantic Television Network, ATN, is a 24-hour live broadcast station with headquarters in Wish Complex, Wish Avenue along NTA Choba Road in Port Harcourt City, Rivers State, with the digital centers in Abuja, Lagos, and correspondents across Nigeria. ATN was built to begin full transmission at the end of the first quarter of 2020, but installations were put on hold following the outbreak of COVID-19 global pandemic, a major setback not to Morrison Communication but to the whole wide world. Believing in the treatise of entrepreneur, media mogul, and founder of cable news network CNN, Ted Turner, that you should set goals beyond your reach so you always have something to live for. The goal set by the chairman of Morrison Communications Limited, Dr. Chinyere Igwe Esquire, seemed daunting given the prevailing circumstance. The entrepreneurial spirit of the company, against all odds, pushed through the COVID-19 tide and saw to the completion and birth of Atlantic Television Network in the first quarter of 2021. According to George Herbert, to him that wills, ways are not wanting, which in contemporary times means where there is a will, there will always be a way. An ATN commenced test transmission in July 2021 and embarked on full broadcast transmission 1st September 2021. The network transmits 24-hour live broadcasts of news, current affairs, and entertainment with stakeholders' analysis, experts' opinion, and many more every day. To the glory of God, we are the first indigenous television network station with international reach from the east of the Niger. As the 26th President of the United States of America, Theodore Roosevelt Jr. said, "Believe you can, and you are halfway there." Atlantic Television Network is here to stay and have everything it takes to get there and beyond. Atlantic Television Network, anchoring facts.
country illegally. That is amazing.
Honorable
You human
They are not picking our calls.
A world without tomatoes is like a string quartet without violins. Lauren Cohen, 1994 to 1992. Fruits and vegetables are a vital part of nutrition. One of such vegetables that have proven their nutritional value over time is tomato. Tomato is a vegetable commodity which originated in Western South America and Central America. It is consumed worldwide today. The edible berry part of the plant, Solarium lycoperiscum, is what we call tomatoes, also known as love apple and wolf's peach. Tomato in common parlance is treated as a vegetable, although botanically speaking, it is actually a fruit. Tomatoes are good antioxidants. The antioxidant lycopene has been linked to many health benefits, such as purifying the blood, nourishing the skin, lowering cholesterol, and reducing migraine. More so, it boosts immunity, lowers the risk of heart diseases, stone formation, and cancer. This vegetable contains vitamin A, B, C, E, and K. Other components are potassium, folate, carbohydrates, fiber, and 95% water. Tomatoes are grown all times in the year with the help of greenhouse. However, they grow faster in temperate areas and take about 5 to 10 days to germinate. Nigeria is the largest producer of fresh tomatoes in sub-Saharan Africa and 13th in the world, according to Google reports the region. Over the last decade, fresh tomatoes had grown by 25%, from 1.8 million tons to an estimated 2.3 million tons. Tomato farming in Nigeria is done predominantly in the northern region: Kano, Jigawa, Plateau, Borno, Kaduna, Gombe, Bauchi, Sokoto, Kebbi, Nasarawa, Zamfara, and Kogi. These states have large plantations where the commodity is harvested. Beets leek tomatoes are the common variety grown in the country. Its varieties are cherry tomatoes, grape tomatoes, Campari tomatoes, patio tomatoes, and Purendi wine tomatoes. Others are plum and Roma tomatoes, which are similar. The plum contains lesser amounts of seeds and water compared to other varieties. Tomato is a significant source of umami flavor, the basic taste in broth and cooked meals. It can be consumed in diverse ways. Cooked, put raw in salad and in drinks. If you do not want to have to deal with the lingering sour or edgy taste, go for the plum variety. It can be found in the Nigerian markets. Tomatoes grace a number of delicacies in Nigeria. It is used for chicken stew, beef stew, goat meat stew, fish stew, and just about any acceptable protein. Soups such as melon soup and okra have been served with tomato sauce. vegetable sauce is yet another common delicacy that grows in sight and taste with moderate slices of the love apple. And of course, it can be sliced thinly for sandwiches and salads, used as appetizers or added to various pasta. Speaking of food preservation and consumption, it's commonly said that the fresher, the better, and this cannot be underestimated. But the toll on preservation issues have been ringing like a screeching bell. Refrigeration and drying remains the general and effective ways of preservation. Specifically, however, canning, oven drying or sun drying are other effective ways depending on choice of use. In Nigeria, tomatoes has not only provided investment opportunities and job creation, but it has also been a means of income to many farmers and traders alike. Consumers have also tried to home grow tomatoes, and this has saved them some monies. Foreign exchange earnings as tomatoes are exported have been handy for the development of other sectors. Tomatoes has always been a mainstay in the food industry. So vital it is that individuals, groups, and government must be involved in its yield. Perhaps seek ways of improving its already colorful yield by supporting related research and ensuring regular production and availability for the growing population.
On the facts, breaking news and in-depth interviews on a wide range of topics.
Atlantic Television Network, home for in-depth reportage, facts, professionalism, all the news you need. Atlantic Television Network. Atlantic Television Network.
Atlantic Television Network, anchoring facts.
Every day, our lives are changed by history.
We are one people, all of us.
Leaders, politics,
Nobody's ambition is
and the world economy.
I belong to everybody, and I belong to nobody.
ATN covers it all on ATN Politics today.
beyond the lines, across the ocean, to the land beyond the mountains, through the Sahara. We bring all sport news, live analysis, expert discussions on trending stories in politics, business, socio-economy, sports, and documentaries. So catch all the updates on the happenings around the globe. Stay focused on the fact today, only on ATN.
On the facts, breaking news and in-depth interviews on a wide range of topics.
Atlantic Television Network, home for in-depth reportage, facts, professionalism, all the news you need. Atlantic Television Network. Atlantic Television Network.
Atlantic Television Network, anchoring facts.
The making of Wish 99.5 FM and Atlantic Television Network. The renowned American coach, speaker, and author of the bestseller Awakening the Giants Within, Anthony J. Robbins said, "Setting goals is the first step in turning the invisible into the visible." This best describes the birth and storyline of Morrison Communications' Wish 99.5 FM and Atlantic Television Network broadcast brands. Morrison Communication Limited is a 100% wholly Nigerian indigenous private company incorporated in 2003. The company has a three-pronged line of business: ICT, events, and media. Her media engagements commenced in 2003 with the establishment of Wish newspaper and 2005 with Wish International magazine. It has established and operated several internet centers across the country. Morrison is still one of the major events management organizations with high-profile shows to her credit, as well as parading the state-of-the-art equipment in the sector. The company ventured into electronic media by applying for license to operate a radio channel in 2008 and procured equipment to show its readiness and determination. However, this was not to be, as bureaucracy and state act did not allow the realization of the dream. In 2017, the company employed a strategic approach which led to the establishment of Wish 99.5 FM, Port Harcourt, Nigeria's business radio, and has continued to dominate the broadcasting sphere. The company's development plan brought about the announcement that it is establishing a television network in 2020, which many saw as a dream, in reminiscence of Roy T. Bennett's quote that dreams don't work unless you take action. The surest way to make your dreams come true is to live them. true to the facts. In January 2021, the world woke up to reality of the birth of Atlantic Television Network, ATN, a state-of-the-art digital network. Atlantic Television Network, ATN, is a 24-hour live broadcast station with headquarters in Wishcombe Place, Wish Avenue along NTA Choba Road in Port Harcourt City, Rivers State, with the digital centers in Abuja, Lagos, and correspondents across Nigeria. ATN was built to begin full transmission at the end of the first quarter of 2020, but installations were put on hold following the outbreak of COVID-19 global pandemic, a major setback not to Morrison Communication but to the whole wide world. Believing in the treatise of entrepreneur, media mogul and founder of cable news network CNN, Ted Turner, that you should set goals beyond your reach so you always have something to live for. The goal set by the chairman of Morrison Communications Limited, Dr. Chinyere Igwe Esquire, seemed daunting given the prevailing circumstance. The entrepreneurial spirit of the company, against all odds, pushed through the COVID-19 tide and saw to the completion and birth of Atlantic Television Network in the first quarter of 2021. According to George Herbert, to him that wills, ways are not wanting, which in contemporary times means where there is a will, there will always be a way. An ATN commenced test transmission in July 2021 and embarked on full broadcast transmission 1st September 2021. The network transmits 24-hour live broadcasts of news, current affairs, and entertainment with stakeholders' analysis, experts' opinion, and many more every day. To the glory of God, we are the first indigenous television network station with international reach from the east of the Niger. As the 26th President of the United States of America, Theodore Roosevelt Jr. said, "Believe you can, and you are halfway there." Atlantic Television Network is here to stay and have everything it takes to get there and beyond. Atlantic Television Network, anchoring facts.
People into the country illegally. That is amazing. You human
A world without tomatoes is like a string quartet without violins. Lauren Cohen, 1994 to 1992. Fruits and vegetables are a vital part of nutrition. One of such vegetables that have proven their nutritional value over time is tomato. Tomato is a vegetable commodity which originated in Western South America and Central America. It is consumed worldwide today. The edible berry part of the plant, Solarium lycoperiscum, is what we call tomatoes, also known as love apple and wolf's peach. Tomato in common parlance is treated as a vegetable, although botanically speaking, it is actually a fruit. Tomatoes are good antioxidants. The antioxidant lycopene has been linked to many health benefits, such as purifying the blood, nourishing the skin, lowering cholesterol, and reducing migraine. More so, it boosts immunity, lowers the risk of heart diseases, stone formation, and cancer. This vegetable contains vitamin A, B, C, E, and K. Other components are potassium, folate, carbohydrates, fiber, and 95% water. Tomatoes are grown all times in the year with the help of greenhouse. However, they grow faster in temperate areas and take about 5 to 10 days to germinate. Nigeria is the largest producer of fresh tomatoes in sub-Saharan Africa and 13th in the world according to Google Reports 2021. The country produces 10.8% of fresh tomatoes in the region. Over the last decade, fresh tomatoes had grown by 25%, from 1.8 million tons to an estimated 2.3 million tons. Tomato farming in Nigeria is done predominantly in the northern region: Kano, Jigawa, Plateau, Borno, Kaduna, Gombe, Bauchi, Sokoto, Kebbi, Nasarawa, Zamfara, and Kogi. These states have large plantations where the commodity is harvested. Bead sleek tomatoes are the common variety grown in the country. Its varieties are cherry tomatoes, grape tomatoes, Campari tomatoes, patio tomatoes, and Purendi wine tomatoes. Others are plum and Roma tomatoes, which are similar. The plum contains lesser amounts of seeds and water compared to other varieties. Tomato is a significant source of umami flavor, a basic taste in broth and cooked meals. It can be consumed in diverse ways: cooked, put raw in salad and in drinks. If you do not want to have to deal with the lingering sour or edgy taste, go for the plum variety. It can be found in the Nigerian markets. Tomatoes grace a number of delicacies in Nigeria. It is used for chicken stew, beef stew, goat meat stew, fish stew, and just about any acceptable protein. Soups such as melon soup and okra have been served with tomato sauce. Vegetable sauce is yet another common delicacy that grows in sight and taste with moderate slice.
But I remain committed to the United Kingdom leaving.
Since I became Prime Minister, I've said we must get on and get Brexit done on October the 31st so that this country can move on.
Sir, my amendment is that Mr. President should be invited to come and explain the situation.
For the Nigerian government to stop killing its people and
Yes, it's the 26th day of March at the city in Abuja, where the convention is actually taking place. They're talking about the All Progressive Congress, and it's actually going on right now at the Eagle Square. We're expecting people. We earlier told you that we were able to get feedback from our correspondent in Abuja to tell us really of the great happenings taking place in Abuja at this point in time. We've had situations whereby we hear that accreditations are yet to really begin on the at the ground of the Eagle Square. We've not really had the seats are still empty for delegates. We're still expecting them, and issues are actually taking place there. We'll be connecting right now to a political analyst and also a social commentator. Dumezo Samson is over there in Abuja, really to talk to us about it. Dumezo, how are you today?
Thank you so much, Mr. Nnamdi. I'm doing very great. Pleased to be on your show once more. Abuja is bubbling. Everywhere is active. And the All Progressives Congress finally is ready for our convention 2022.
Okay, so tell me, the accreditation of delegates has supposed to have started, but right now they have not started. Why is this so? Why are we having the accreditation really start later than expected?
No, actually, accreditation has started, but we have not had the major stakeholders of the party arrive. At the moment, we are having states, party chairmen of states arriving with their delegates, and the process has begun. So I don't know how recent your report is, but the process has begun.
Well, okay. Well, as at the time the correspondent in Abuja told us, he said the accreditation had not started. That was quite the time around 9 a.m. when they said the accreditation was supposed to have started. So, well...
Oh, we have.
Okay, so tell us again, we are unable to have the result of the unity list. Why is this so? We learned that some chairmanship aspirants disagree to sign the consensus list. Why is this so?
Well, they are at liberty whether to sign or not. So, meaning the chairmanship aspirants had with Mr. President, the options were still made open to those who feel they do not agree to the consensus arrangement. And it's within their right to agree or not. But to the best of my knowledge, the major contenders, particularly Mr. Al-Makura, had given in to the consensus arrangement. And if others have refused to do so, I don't think it's a crime at all. They can be allowed, to make their case. As for the zonal offices and other positions in the party, some persons have agreed to a consensus, and some persons also have declined the consensus arrangement. However, notwithstanding, majority will have their say in the convention.
Okay, so let me also find out from you. They said there are two contestants for the that have refused to sign. We're yet to really get the names of these contestants. Is this true?
Currently, I can only say that.
Hello, Dumezo, are you staying with us? We're still here live in the Port Harcourt studios of the Atlantic Television Network, and we're having live feeds from the convention of the All Progressive Congress taking place in Abuja, and we're giving you reports so far taking place there. We've been speaking with Dumezo Samson. He's over there in Abuja, ready to join the convention ground, and we're still having a lot of issues really take place there. So, Dumezo, are you here now? Hello, Dumezo. Okay, so we still get him connected. We're still trying to really establish commitment there, and well, we will connect to Shola shortly once we have any new thing on board. Right now, we discovered that information reaching us that major stakeholders have not really arrived, and we were expecting the president to arrive at 1 p.m. but as it stands now, we're not really having him there at the at the convention ground. That's the Eagle Square. Well, they said the securities are actually beefed up there, and traffic situations quite also kilo on tax. Economic activities that will actually be boosted in and around Eagle Square. So we still have more things to really tell you as the situations really unfold in Abuja. So, Dumezo, are you here now? Okay, so we'll still have some other issues really take place. We're still expecting the lights of Andy Akpotive in the studio, also as a commentator. We also have the lights of Jerry Omas talking about JAJ. Also, we will be having Ene Precious is over there in Abuja. Join us. Once this establishment of connections are actually done, we'll really let you know and give you more feeds. Still stay tuned to us. We're giving you live feeds from Atlantic Television here in Port Harcourt, and we'll be going to Abuja to really get more feeds. Stay with us, please. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
But I remain committed to the United Kingdom leaving.
Since I became Prime Minister, I've said we must get on and get Brexit done on October the 31st so that this country can move on.
Sir, my amendment is that Mr. President should be invited to come and explain the situation.
For the Nigerian government to stop killing its people
From the lines across the ocean to the land beyond the mountains, through the Sahara, we bring all sport news, live analysis, expert discussions on trending stories in politics, business, socio-economy, sports, and documentaries. So catch all the updates on the happenings around the globe. Stay focused on the fact today, only on ATN.
On the facts, breaking news and in-depth interviews on a wide range of topics.
Atlantic Television Network, home for in-depth reportage, facts, professionalism, all the news you need. Atlantic Television Network. Atlantic Television Network.
Atlantic Television Network, anchoring facts.
But I remain committed to the United Kingdom leaving.
Since I became Prime Minister, I've said we must get on and get Brexit done on October the 31st so that this country can move on.
Sir, my amendment is that Mr. President should be invited to come and explain the situation.
For the Nigerian government to stop killing its people and
It's back now. All right, still the live studios of the Atlantic Television Network, where we're having live feeds from Abuja, where the APC convention is actually taking place. The long-awaited convention. Remember, it was formally scheduled for 26th of February and was postponed till today, which is the 26th of March 2022. And we're live in Abuja. Right now, we'll be joined by Dumezo Samson. We were earlier speaking to him, and he was speaking about some really issues that we're really looming to get answers about. So, Dumezo, are you here now? Hello, Dumezo, are you here?
Hello,
yeah.
Mr. Nnamdi.
Yeah, thank you for joining us back.
I don't know if you can get me. It appears we're having some technical issues, but I didn't get your question.
Okay, so really, well, I've not really asked any question yet. I want to really go back to the questions I asked now. Let's start with the issues that are all over the news. Can you hear me?
I think, sorry, I think I cannot hear you. I could see you talking, but I can't hear you. Seems like there's a technical issue. I could see you talking, but I can't hear you.
Okay, cool. So can you hear me now? Hello, Dumezo.
Not at all.
Well, it appears we're having some little technical issues here. We'll be trying to resolve it. I hope you really hear me now. Can you hear me now? All right, can you hear me now? The mounted pressure on aspirants for the national chairmanship position of the party to accept the position of the president, President Muhammadu Buhari, on a consensus at the party's national convention holding today at the Eagle Square, where we're really yet to really get clarifications whether that was true or not, whether this is actually the situation on ground, and which has led to a little bit of the delay that we're seeing at the Eagle Square in Abuja. Various issues are actually taking place besides the delegates. We learned that may also vote to alter some sections. Are you there now? Okay, so we still have some issues really going on now. Really giving you some brief right now. Okay, we'll let. Okay, so well, we're trying to really establish the issues there on ground. So the former Deputy National Secretary at the center of the leadership crisis that hoisted Comrade Adams Oshomole led National Working Committee, NWC. The chief that's talking about Chief Victor Gadon will on today find his way back to the committee after the South-South caucus endorsed him as the National Vice Chairman South-South. His name was signed on the South-South National Working Committee and Zonal Executive Committee Unity list. And we also learned that the Unity list is still yet to be resolved over there in Abuja. Well, they said if the Unity list is not resolved, nothing really takes place there. So now, it was signed by the party leaders in the region. Now, the signatories to the list include Cross River Governor Ben Ayade, former National Chairman Adams Oshomole. These are the names now. Minister of Transportation Rotimi Amechi. Now, we understand also that there are two camps in the Rivers APC, which is the Rotimi Amechi's camp and the Senator Magnus Abe's camp. And when this list is actually made up, we actually had some reactions by some other people from the Magnus Abe's camp saying that they didn't really inform them, or the consensus list or unity list was not really in tandem with them. They were not really in agreement. Other names that really made up the unity list is the Minister of Niger Delta, Senator Godwin Akpabio, Deputy Senate President, Senator Ovie Omo Agege, representative of South-South in the Caretaker and Extraordinary Convention Committee, CECPC, Chief David Leon, and the Zonal Stakeholders Secretary, Chief Lucky O. Immersion. So, we have these situations really take place there. These are the signatories we expected for the unity list. So if this unity list is actually resolved and compiled, and we have all of everybody be in the same way, in the same root, being unity as the unity list is, then we will know that the convention can really kickstart. But if this list is not resolved, there is no way that the convention can really have its way now to be on the way. Well, besides, the delegates may also vote to alter some sections of the party's constitution to be in tandem with the Electoral Act of 2022. So these are the situations we're seeing on ground. Also letting you know that the development came against the backdrop of the open support for consensus by critical stakeholders of the party, comprising members of the governor, Atiku Bugudu, led Progressive Governors Forum, that's PGF. That's another section or another camp that we could say. Now, the Ahmed Lawan led National Assembly leadership and other leaders of the party, like former governor of Lagos State, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is also a presidential aspirant. So these are situations we're seeing in the APC, and that's the situations we're expecting to be resolved if the convention must have a smooth sail. Now, the party was alleged to have adopted the stick and carrot approach to whip the aspirants to obey the decision of the president. Well, what is the stick and the carrot approach? As another question we're supposed to ask. We're expecting answers to this. Now, to obey the decision of the president. Now, because of their inability to reach a consensus and accept the nomination of the former Nasarawa State Governor Abdullahi Adamu as consensus candidate of the party. Well, these are situations we're seeing also. Another thing that really took place, that is really taking place right now, is that it was gathered that between Thursday and Friday, the aspirants held five meetings, but failed to agree to the candidature of Adamu as the consensus candidate for the position of the national chairman. So, well, which information should we believe? That the president has really talked to the governors and the governors have agreed, but there are some members of the party that have not also agreed. That's the situation we have on ground, and we're expecting some resolve to really take place here in the party before things can actually move on fine. It's already happening that there are pockets of disagreements, and that's why we're having this delay up to now. At this point in time, we'll be also having issues also telling you about this now. Sources told ATN that other 6 aspirants, that's talking about Senators Tanko Ale Makura, George Akume, Sani Musa Salisu Mustafa, Abdulaziz Yeri, and Mohammed Esu had agreed to support any of them except Adamu. So these ones have accepted to accept Adamu, to accept anybody, but they will not accept Adamu. So that means they are not really obeying what the president is saying. That's what it means. And let's see what will really unfold as we expect situations there take place. Now, it was gathered that the dissenting aspirants opposed Adamu's candidature for allegedly being arrogant and also for his undemocratic posture in taking decisions. These are the key points that has made some delegates not to accept the candidature of Abdullahi Adamu. That's talking about the former Nasarawa State Governor, and which is the party, which is the candidature that was imposed by President Muhammadu Buhari. Is the consensus candidate by President Muhammadu Buhari, and we will also find out if this will be accepted by all other delegates. Now, letting you know about this quote. Now, the aspirants found it difficult to accept him because of his high-handedness and his inability to carry people along in decision making. This is one. On the other hand, this is one of the factors that has made them to not take the candidature of President Muhammadu Buhari for the national chairman as being serious, and they have not already accepted this now. We don't know his plan for the party. He did not campaign or meet the party at the state level. Decisions really taken, factors that is leading to them not taking the candidature of the president, saying so that this is the consensus candidature of Abdullahi Adamu. Now another situation is this. This is the man as a governor in Nasarawa in 2007. He did not allow the Congress for Progressive Change, that's talking about CPC, to campaign in his state and threatened to dispose any emir who supported Buhari as the presidential candidate of the party. Now, this is a source reaching us, and this is what they're saying about Abdullahi Adamu. They're actually bringing out these antecedents to say that this man is not really qualified to really lead us as party members. He's not qualified to lead our party. That is what the situation is at this time. Well, we don't really know what will really unfold with any happening there in Abuja. We also will be joined by several other analysts and our correspondent over there at the Eagle Square. Now, I'd like to tell you this now. Now, as at this time this report was being said, it was also not clear whether the dissenting aspirants had agreed to sign a pact to accept consensus or would still go ahead with the plan to allow delegates decide their faith. This is it. And well, we still have more things to really know from what is happening here. We don't really know whether they will agree to really sign the candidate, the unity list. We don't know how this will unfold. Well, we're still waiting to find out what this will be and how situations will unfold. Right now, we also know that major stakeholders have not arrived at the venue of the convention ground, and also some states delegates have actually arrived. As the situation unfolds, we'll give you first-hand information as we are here to cover the issue. I am Nnamdi Uzuku right here in Port Harcourt to really tell you about the information taking place at the convention ground, Eagle Square in Abuja. And we have Shola Afoye, also our political correspondent over there in Abuja, respecting people like Jerry Omars, political analyst, also Dumezo Samson, also over there in Abuja. We're also expecting Andy Apotive. We're also expecting Ene Precious. We're also expecting James Hansen also join us today in our live studio. Stay tuned. When we have more information, we will relate to you about this. This is the Atlantic Television Network live coverage of the All Progressive Congress Convention taking place in Abuja. Stay with us.
But I remain committed to the United Kingdom leaving.
Since I became Prime Minister, I've said we must get on and get Brexit done on October the 31st so that this country can move on.
Sir, my amendment is that Mr. President should be invited to come and explain the situation.
For the Nigerian government to stop killing its people and
of Wish 99.5 FM and Atlantic Television Network. The renowned American coach, speaker, and author of the bestseller Awakening the Giants Within, Anthony J. Robbins said, "Setting goals is the first step in turning the invisible into the visible." This best describes the birth and storyline of Morrison Communications' Wish 99.5 FM and Atlantic Television Network broadcast brands. Morrison Communication Limited is a 100% wholly Nigerian indigenous private company incorporated in 2003. The company has a three-pronged line of business: ICT, events, and media. Her media engagements commenced in 2003 with the establishment of Wish newspaper and 2005 with Wish International magazine. It has established and operated several internet centers across the country. Morrison is still one of the major events management organizations with high-profile shows to her credit, as well as parading the state-of-the-art equipment in the sector. The company ventured into electronic media by applying for license to operate a radio channel in 2008 and procured equipment to show its readiness and determination. However, This was not to be, as bureaucracy and state act did not allow the realization of the dream. In 2017, the company employed a strategic approach which led to the establishment of Wish 99.5 FM, Port Harcourt, Nigeria's business radio, and has continued to dominate the broadcasting sphere. The company's development plan brought about the announcement that it is establishing a television network in 2020, which many saw as a dream, in reminiscence of Roy T. Bennett's quote that dreams don't work unless you take action. The surest way to make your dreams come true is to live them. True to the fact, in January 2021, the world woke up to reality of the birth of Atlantic Television Network, ATN, a state-of-the-art digital network. Atlantic Television Network, ATN, is a 24-hour live broadcast station with headquarters in Wish Complex, Wish Avenue along NTA Choba Road in Port Harcourt City, Rivers State, with the digital centers in Abuja, Lagos, and correspondents across Nigeria. ATN was built to begin full transmission at the end of the first quarter of 2020, but installations were put on hold following the outbreak of COVID-19 global pandemic, a major setback not to Morrison Communication but to the whole wide world. Believing in the treatise of entrepreneur, media mogul and founder of cable news network CNN, Ted Turner, that you should set goals beyond your reach so you always have something to live for. The goal set by the chairman of Morrison Communications Limited, Dr. Chinyere Igwe Esquire, seemed daunting given the prevailing circumstance. The entrepreneurial spirit of the company, against all odds, pushed through the COVID-19 tide and saw to the completion and birth of Atlantic Television Network in the first quarter of 2021. According to George Herbert, to him that wills, ways are not wanting, which in contemporary times means where there is a will, there will always be a way. An ATN commenced test transmission in July 2021 and embarked on full broadcast transmission 1st September 2021. The network transmits 24-hour live broadcasts of news, current affairs, and entertainment with stakeholders' analysis, experts' opinion, and many more every day. To the glory of God, we are the first indigenous television network station with international reach from the east of the Niger. As the 26th President of the United States of America, Theodore Roosevelt Jr. said, "Believe you can, and you are halfway there." Atlantic Television Network is here to stay and have everything it takes to get there and beyond. Atlantic Television Network, anchoring facts.
People into the country illegally. That is amazing. You human
A world without tomatoes is like a string quartet without violins. Lauren Cohen, 1994 to 1992. Fruits and vegetables are a vital part of nutrition. One of such vegetables that have proven their nutritional value over time is tomato. Tomato is a vegetable commodity which originated in Western South America and Central America. It is consumed worldwide today. The edible berry part of the plant, Solarium lycoperiscum, is what we call tomatoes, also known as love apple and wolf's peach. Tomato in common parlance is treated as a vegetable, although botanically speaking, it is actually a fruit. Tomatoes are good antioxidants. The antioxidant lycopene has been linked to many health benefits, such as purifying the blood, nourishing the skin, lowering cholesterol, and reducing migraine. More so, it boosts immunity, lowers the risk of heart diseases, stone formation, and cancer. This vegetable contains vitamin A, B, C, E, and K. Other components are potassium, folate, carbohydrates, fiber, and 95% water. Tomatoes are grown all times in the year with the help of greenhouse. However, they grow faster in temperate areas and take about 5 to 10 days to germinate. Nigeria is the largest producer of fresh tomatoes in sub-Saharan Africa and 13th in the world according to Google Reports 2021. The country produces 10.8% of fresh tomatoes in the region. Over the land had grown by 25%, from 1.8 million tons to an estimated 2.3 million tons. Tomato farming in Nigeria is done predominantly in the northern region: Kano, Jigawa, Plateau, Borno, Kaduna, Gombe, Bauchi, Sokoto, Kebbi, Nasarawa, Zamfara, and Kogi. These states have large plantations where the commodity is harvested. Bead sleek tomatoes are the common variety grown in the country. Its varieties are cherry tomatoes, grape tomatoes, Campari tomatoes, patio tomatoes, and Purendi wine tomatoes. Others are plum and Roma tomatoes, which are similar. The plum contains lesser amounts of seeds and water compared to other varieties. Tomato is a significant source of umami flavor, a basic taste in broth and cooked meals. It can be consumed in diverse ways: cooked, put raw in salad and in drinks. If you do not want to have to deal with the lingering sour or edgy taste, go for the plum variety. It can be found in the Nigerian markets. Tomatoes grace a number of delicacies in Nigeria. It is used for chicken stew, beef stew, goat meat stew, fish stew, and just about any acceptable protein. Soups such as melon soup and okra have been served with tomato sauce. Vegetable sauce is in taste with moderate slices of the love apple. And of course, it can be sliced thinly for sandwiches and salads, used as appetizers or added to various pasta. Speaking of food preservation and consumption, it's commonly said that the fresher, the better, and this cannot be underestimated. But the toll on preservation issues have been ringing like a screeching bell. Refrigeration and drying remains the general and effective ways of preservation. Specifically, however, canning, oven drying, or sun drying are other effective ways depending on choice of use. In Nigeria, tomatoes has not only provided investment opportunities and job creation, but it has also been a means of income to many farmers and traders alike. Consumers have also tried to home grow tomatoes, and this has saved them some monies. Foreign exchange earnings as tomatoes are exported have been handy for the development of other sectors. Tomatoes has always been a mainstay in the food industry. So vital it is that individuals, groups, and government must be involved in its yield. Perhaps seek ways of improving its already colorful yield by supporting related research and ensuring regular production and availability for the growing population.
On the facts, breaking news and in-depth interviews on a wide range of topics.
Atlantic Television Network, home for in-depth reportage, facts, professionalism, all the news you need. Atlantic Television Network. Atlantic Television Network.
Atlantic Television Network, anchoring facts.
Every day, our lives are changed by history.
We are one people, all of us.
Leaders, politics.
Nobody's ambition is what
I have fought a very firmly.
Natural occurrence, war, and the world economy.
I belong to everybody, and I belong to nobody.
ATN covers it all on ATN Politics today.
from the line across the ocean to the land beyond the mountains. Through the Sahara, we bring all sport news, live analysis, expert discussions on trending stories in politics, business, socio-economy, sports, and documentaries. So catch all the updates on the happenings around the globe. Stay focused on the fact today, only on ATN.
On the facts, breaking news and in-depth interviews on a wide range of topics.
Atlantic Television Network, home for in-depth reportage, facts, professionalism, all the news you need. Atlantic Television Network. Atlantic Television Network.
Atlantic Television Network, anchoring facts.
The making of Wish 99.5 FM and Atlantic Television.
But I remain committed to the United Kingdom leaving.
Since I became Prime Minister, I've said we must get on and get Brexit done on October the 31st so that this country can move on.
Sir, my amendment is that Mr. President should be invited to come and explain the situation.
Great to have you, John May, today. This is still the live situation report of the All Progressive Congress Convention taking place in Abuja, Eagle Square precisely. And we're being joined right now with our correspondent Shola Afoye over there in Abuja at the Eagle Square to give us really current reports of what's happening in Abuja. Earlier on, we did tell you that major stakeholders have not really arrived, and we were expecting the president to arrive at 1 p.m., but it appears this is 2:30 p.m. of the day, 26th of March 2022, and we're still here to get things really unfold there at the Eagle Square. So we're being joined right now with Shola Afoye to tell us more on what's happening in Abuja. Shola, how are you again?
I'm fine, I'm very well. Okay. As you said, we are just 30 minutes after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. You can see the entire Eagle Square is getting charged. The capacity is growing. From strength to strength, the people are coming in. As you can see through the background, you see that the support groups are not led by hands, especially for the people going for presidency. We have seen people from Swaga, the group that are loyal to Ahmed Bola Tinubu, and we have also seen people with support groups from the Vice President, Yemi Osinbajo, for presidency 2023. And we have also seen Okorocha's groups. Many groups and many more like that are coming in and are moving so close to the Cross River chapter of APC. They are well seated. As I'm talking to you, they are well seated, ready, getting ready for the convention proper. This is the stand of the Cross River of APC. You can see them as seated, ready. This is Cross River APC chapter.
Okay.
See them at the Eagle Square live, followed by the delegates from Delta State. This is Delta State.
Okay.
This is Delta State. They are seated, waiting to start the convention proper. Among the dignitaries, as you only asked me if I have seen anybody from the convention, caretaker convention and extraordinary planning committee, yes, the secretary in the person of Senator Akpan Ideodegbe PhD is already seated.
Okay.
Among the ministerialists, I have, this is Edo State. They are seated, waiting for the convention to start. Next to Delta State is River State.
River State. Okay.
The River State people are coming in. You can see this is River Stand. This is River State. This is River State stand, and their people are coming in. But still county, but hopefully they will join us soon. Followed by Ekiti. And Ekiti is already seated. All in all, the main goal of Eagle Square is getting up, and the capacity is getting filled. So we are expecting the other dignitaries to come in and let us start this convention. Minister of Information, in the person of Mr. Lai Mohammed, is already seated. We have the governor, the deputy governor of Kogi State. We have speakers of various states seated, but no governor is on ground. The vice president is left to come, but their crowd are moving up and down. That is a sign that we are ready for this convention now.
Okay, is it visible for me to get a word with the secretary of the CPCE? That's the Caretaker Extraordinary Convention Planning Committee, talking about Senator James John Akpan Odohedehe. Can we have a word? Can we have a little word with the caretaker, the secretary of the Caretaker Extraordinary Planning Convention Committee? That's the secretary, Akpan Odohedehe. Is it possible for us to have?
Can you come again with your question and let it be clearer so I can give you the answer?
Okay, I would like to have a word with the secretary of the Caretaker Extraordinary Convention Planning Committee.
Where is inside the VIP samples, and for now that entire place has been condemned because they are waiting for the arrival of the Mr. President. It's far from where I am because they are not expecting wanting any press to get close to that place because of security situation.
All right, so can we have a feel from one or two delegates, especially from River State?
Okay, let me move close to them so we can have a chat to them.
Right here, we see having correspondent in Abuja at the Eagle Square in Abuja here today, and we're about to speak to one or two delegates at the convention ground this wonderful afternoon. It's about 2:36 in the afternoon today in Port Harcourt, and we're having our delegate over, our correspondent over there in Abuja, talk to us about issues about happening. So Shola, are you there with any delegate now?
You hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Chairman, APC chapter.
APC chapter. So I want to ask you, currently now.
I mean, River State chapter of APC, the CSO.
Yes. Oh, so tell me, it's your party here in River State actually united to also come for this convention? Are we having a united front?
The question is that do we have a united home front from River State to this convention?
Yes, yes. We can speak, we can speak. Very, very united. River State is not in any crisis. We are not in any crisis. We are all here united to cast our vote for today's convention.
Okay, tell me again. We are.
They are trying to say that they are united in this convention to cast their votes.
So, if you say you're united, how come we're still having some pockets of disagreement on the names on the unity list? Talking about Victor Giadom and.
You can repeat your question, please. Repeat your question.
Okay, so if you say you are united, how come we still have some disagreements on the person of Victor Giadom making out the unity list?
Sorry, can you come back with your question?
Okay, so if you say you're united, how come we're still having some disagreements and scuffles taking place here about the person of Victor Giadom?
Victor Giadom is a consensus candidate. He's a consensus aspirant already from South Zone. So we don't have any divided house.
But some are saying that some from the Senator Magnus Abe's faction are saying that they're not really in terms with that.
Senator Magnus Abe was very, very, very present on the very day of that meeting when Victor Giadom was selected consensuously by all the leaders of South. Duly signed by all the leaders. I don't have the copy here, I would have showed you. So we don't have any divided. Magnus Abe should verify himself very well.
All right, so what are the challenges you face actually coming over there in Abuja to be part of this convention?
I think for those who are qualified to be in this convention today are those who are fully members of All Progressive Congress, fully registered or revalidated their membership of the party. If you do that, then you are qualified. But to keep the record clear, Magnus Abe is not a registered member of our party, APC in River State. And if you go to River State and see what is happening in River State, he follows Wike. Wike is the governor of River State, who is a member of PDP. He follows him around. And his members, his supporters, Chidi Woyoka, and so many others. They follow Wike wherever Wike is going. So they are not members of our party. I stand in there very firm to say it very clearly. Let him show us publicly or in the national television, show us his membership card so we can believe that he's a member of the party. For now, he's not a member of the party.
But some have said that he is a member of the party and that he's going to be there for the convention. What do you have to say about that?
Well, we haven't seen him. That's why I'm telling you that he's not a member. We are going to see him for the accreditation. River State is fully seated here in this ground, and this is the stand of River State. You can see very clearly that all River State people are fully seated with their uniform. Everybody with their uniform. So if he's a member of the party and he has all that it takes to be the member of the party, he is supposed to be here. And he's not here. And those who are with him, they are not here.
So who is the current chairman of the party in River State?
Sorry?
Who is the current chairman of your party in River State?
The chairman of my party in River State is Chief Honorable Emeka Beke. That is chairman of the party in River State. We don't have two chairmen. We don't have a divided house.
Okay. What would you say about let me put it this way. Is it there already at the convention ground?
Who?
Chief Honorable Emeka Beke, yes.
Yes. It's already bringing our people for accreditation. He's the one issuing the cards at the gate. He's at the gate, he's not here right now. But the secretary of the party is here with me. The deputy secretary, the chairman is here. The treasurer of the party is here with me as I speak to you.
Okay, can we have a word with the secretary of the party?
Secretary of the party?
Yes.
I don't know how possible because secretary.
So we're still trying to establish points there. It's already at the convention ground here in Abuja, and we're here in Port Harcourt having live views from things really going on and the activities going on over there in Abuja. It's the 26th of March 2022. It's the day really scheduled for the ruling All Progressive Congress convention that will take place today. So we're about to speak to the secretary. Yeah. Good afternoon, sir. All right. My name is Nandi, and we're actually reporting here from Port Harcourt here live. So could you really introduce yourself now? All right, can you introduce yourself?
You can speak louder for him to hear you. It's not hear you clearly.
Okay, so can you introduce yourself? Yes, can you introduce yourself? Yes, I can hear you. Can you introduce yourself?
My name is Samson.
Sorry, you could take it gently. I didn't get you.
Honorable Samson, Secretary of Office, River State.
Honorable Samson,
Secretary of Office, River State.
Okay, I'd like to find out, is it true that Senator Magnus Abe is not a member of the party, APC?
Well, by our organization exercise, which we participate, I can say that it's not a member of the party.
So we still have information that he's going to be there at the convention ground, and he's been part of the things really happening.
What? Can you come in again?
Information reaching us says that he's going to be there at the convention ground.
That
Senator Magnus Abe is going to be there at the convention ground.
By the decision of the National Theatrical Committee of the party, that directors are making the state to allow to participate in the I have not seen it yet.
So tell us now, what's the situation? How many delegates are there from River State?
We have 167 delegates.
Sorry, take that again, please.
167 delegates.
167 delegates.
Yes.
So, are those the actual numbers you wanted to take to the convention ground?
Yes.
Those are the actual numbers. Okay, could you tell us?
That is the actual number we have.
Okay, could you tell us? Did you actually have hiccups, really, there in Abuja?
What?
Did you have any challenge?
Now we have what?
Any challenge you faced getting to the convention ground?
No, there has been no challenge. We are just returning from the administration arena. It was peacefully conducted, and all delegates had their cards and are already in the convention arena.
All right, thank you, Honorable Sam.
No, I think it's done.
All right, thank you so much. Hello, Shola.
We have to let him go for now.
Okay, so do we have any other thing you'd like to let us know from the convention ground?
The event is about to start because the dignitaries are coming in, but we are still expecting the arrival of the governors and others from the presidency, because we have not had anybody we have not had any set of governors apart from their deputies. No one is coming in now from the presidency apart from the ministers. So we have to wait for Mr. President before we can start this occasion.
Okay, so I don't know if you would be able to help me get the chairman of the APC in Rivers State for me to speak with him, and if there's any other person you feel that we could have a conversation with, well, you can let me know. Talking about Cross River and Ebonyi State also. I want to speak with people from Ebonyi State, Cross River, and let's really have a word from them and see what they feel about the convention.
Let me go to the Cross River stand because they are not far away from me, and we can get somebody to speak.
All right, we're still at the live situation of Atlantic Television Network here in Port Harcourt, and we're having fields from Abuja, where we have our correspondent Shola Afoye join us today for the whole happenings and activities taking place in Abuja. Well, we're still here to find out more things as the situation unfolds. We'll get people to tell us about things happening in Abuja here. Thank you so much. It's been wonderful having you join us. And if Shola can hear me now, if he's been able to get any correspondent from any delegate in Cross River or Ebonyi State, we'd like to really speak with them. So you see the situation of things going on. I really spoke with the CSO and person of Honorable Tangod from River State. He actually told us some things and which were quite questionable, if you ask me. And that's what we could find there. We have 167 delegates that came from River State to Abuja for the convention that is taking place, or is about to really unfold here, there in Abuja. So we have also the presence of INEC there, though we had situations of things that the PDP was actually giving urgent INEC not to be part of this, but as we stand now, INEC is also part of this. One other issue that we would like to really talk about is the issue of the concession given to some political appointees. Now we learned that Amechi, Fashola, Ngige get concession to vote at the APC convention. So this is what we would like to talk about subsequently as we have our analysts really join us. We learned that the All Progressive Congress will be making special concession for 7 political appointees who previously held elective offices to vote at its national convention. And we also learned that such persons include a former governor of Rivers State and Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Amechi, the Minister of Labor and Employment, Dr. Chris Ngige, who is also a former governor of Anambra State, a former governor of Lagos State, Babatunde Fashola, and Minister of Works and Housing, and a few others got concession to be part of the votes after the word declared by the Planning Caretaker Committee, talking about Mai Mala Buni, who said that political appointees will not be allowed to vote, which statement came up on Thursday night, Thursday morning. We had that statement there. And we also hear that, in quote now, our delegates list are statutory delegates. So if you have any former president as a political appointee, if you have any former senator, okay, all right, information reaching me that Shola is actually ready for me over there in Abuja. So Shola, once again, tell me, who do you have?
Sir, I want you to join our program live from Abuja.
Okay. We're establishing communication there from the Eagle Square in Abuja.
Chief Agara from Cross River.
Sorry, could you take his name again?
Hello, I can't hear you. Hello.
All right. Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon.
All right. So could you tell us your name?
My name is Chief Chris Agara from Cross River.
Sorry, take it again. Chief what? Prince.
Chief Chris Agara from Cross River State.
Chief Chris Agara. Okay. Chief Chris, could you tell us the situation of things over there amongst your delegates in Abuja from Cross River State?
Well, we are okay. We are well coordinated. From where we are seated, we will agree that we are all very much ready to prepare to the convention. And like I said, we are very much well coordinated.
Okay, so we learned that the accreditation was supposed to have started by 9 and is starting later than 9. Are you truly happy with this situation?
Well, it's normal for a situation like this to be the way it is because of the number of delegates, and sometimes we also have some distractions that we want to probably force their way to the convention center. And actually one of the reasons why it's starting a bit late is because we get to do the accreditation from different locations before coming to the convention center. So the application just ended, and so we're all gathered at the convention center to commence the
So have you actually faced any challenge so far since you were there in Abuja for the convention?
Yeah, definitely in situations such as this, we start some teething problems and some challenges, but somehow the challenges have been overcome, and we are able to go and get going.
Okay, so we understand that we have, how many delegates do you have from Cross River over there in Abuja?
I can't give you the exact number, but we have a capacity here. I can't say the exact number, but we're quite a reasonable number.
Okay, so will it be possible to have a word with your secretary or your chairman of the party there?
Yeah, sure. I will direct the camera here to the party secretary or party chairman to answer some of these detailed or technical questions that you are trying to know about.
All right.
Okay, the chairman is taking on another interview now. Maybe the cameraman has to wait a little for the party, because the secretary is also spread by him. So we have to wait a little to get that.
Okay, so thank you very much for it's nice speaking with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Shola, if you could, you hear me also, we could get the party secretary or the chairman. Right here, you've been hearing it, sights and sounds, and people from the Eagle Square, where the convention of the All Progressive Congress is taking place. and we're still expecting some stakeholders join the convention ground. We have learned that accreditations are actually almost over, and we'll still find information here to tell you. This is still Atlantic Television Network. Yeah, Shola, once again, who do you have for me to speak with? Hello, Shola, could you hear me?
I need to say.
Okay, we're still establishing points. As I was saying before, Shola, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, do we have the secretary of the party of the APC in Cross River State?
Sorry, sir. I want to have you live. That man said, you just spoke to us on our program live. I want to.
Okay. Okay, so we still have issues really there. Well, we'll move on now to what we were talking about. So concession given to some party members and some serving ministers. Shola, how are you?
Nnamdi, if you can hear, yes.
Yeah,
yes, you are on to the secretary, APC, Cross River chapter. Hold on. Hello. Hello, Nnamdi. How are you?
All right. Good afternoon.
Hello?
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, Nnamdi.
Okay, so could you tell us your name?
Hello, yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, good afternoon.
Yeah, could you tell us your name?
Okay, my name is Basi of Young Mensa, the State Secretary of APC Cross River State.
Could you take the name again, Basi? The last one.
What do you say?
Could you take the last name again?
Hello?
Could you take the last?
My name is Basi of Young Mensa.
Of Young Mensa.
Basi of Young Mensa.
Okay. All right, Mr. Basi.
Yeah?
How many delegates from Cross River do we have at the Eagle Square to represent Cross River?
Yeah, we have 205 delegates.
205.
Cross River. Yes, 205.
Have all these delegates been accredited?
Yes, they have. We were at the conference, international conference, at as early as 6 a.m. So we spent over 6-7 hours for accreditation. We have just arrived at the Eagle Square.
Okay, so tell me, your governor is actually facing some issues in court. What is going to be his fate? What is going to be his fate what is going to be his fate?
As a lawyer, I wouldn't like to elaborate on that because the matter is sub judice. So it will not be proper for me to talk about it. Yes.
Okay, so tell me,
I wouldn't want to delve into it.
So what are you expecting, or what are you expecting at the convention ground?
What are you expecting?
Yes, what are your expectations?
Well, we are not expecting anything other than what we are seeing. The plan here is quite encouraging. The turnout is encouraging. You can see everybody in their colors, everybody looking happy. I believe at the end of this convention, it's going to unite us the more because I have seen it on everybody's faces.
All right. So, do you want to tell me about the issues actually in your party in Cross River?
Hello.
Do you want to tell me?
Hello.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you want to tell me about the issues in your party in Cross River? Are there any outstanding issues? Do we still have some squabbles, little pockets of arguments?
The line is fluctuating. I'm not really hearing you.
Okay, if you could hear me.
I'm not really hearing you.
If you could hear me.
Yes, it's fluctuating. Okay, go ahead.
Would you want to tell me about the issues in the party in Cross River State?
Within the party or the states?
The party, actually.
I don't think we have any issue in APC Cross River State. Usually, in every family, they start with
into issues. But ability of settling the issue makes it mature. But I have not seen any issue. But the leadership of the party itself is intact. We may have minor problems, which I think and I believe sincerely are matters that can be handled. And we have a very energetic state chairman, as you're already aware. So there's no problem that we cannot handle. But for now, there's no particular problem with the just your activity.
Okay, so tell me about the challenges you faced with your with your delegates over there in Abuja. Some are complaining about the timing in which the accreditations are taking place or have taken place.
I think it's
Some have complained about the time in which accreditations took place in Abuja at the Eagle Square.
honestly, I'm not hearing you.
Okay, so tell me about the challenges.
Can you speak louder?
Okay, tell me about the challenges your party members have faced. Really, one of it is the timing in which accreditation took place.
Say what are the problems the parties are facing, the party members are facing in the course of their accreditation? Well, the problem, as you're already aware, may not be very peculiar. It's very minor problem. That we don't have much problem at the accreditation maybe. The problem we are even facing is here because coming in here wasn't an easy thing. So I'm not as much as 1 hour. We didn't have any problem at the International Conference Center. That was why we were able to tidy up within a little bit of time and move over here. So the major problem here is how to move into the venue. Yes, because the crowd outside is more than the crowd inside.
All right, it's been a pleasure having you join me on the Situation Room of the APC convention taking place in Abuja. Shola, thank you very much. Do you have any other thing you wish to tell us now?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thanks very much. Most grateful. Feel greatly honored. Thanks.
So, Shola.
Have your numbers.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll join Shola later. We'll join Shola later. So we'll see the situation of things. We just spoke with the secretary of the All Progressive Congress over there in Cross River State, talking about Mr. Basi Afiemonsa. And we had really issues really streamlined. We understand that we have 205 delegates that have really arrived at the center in Eagle Square, and they have been accredited. So we also have 167 delegates from River State that are there over in Abuja to participate in the convention so far. We'll take a short break. When we'll come back, we'll move on to issues really happening. We'll be joined really by the social commentator and activist against bad government in person of Andy Akwative. He'll be joining me on the analysis. We're also expecting people like Jerry Omas talking about JAJ. Come join us on the analysis on the APC convention taking place in Abuja. Stay with us. When we'll come back, we'll give you more on the happenings in Abuja.
But I remain committed to the United Kingdom leaving.
Since I became Prime Minister, I've said we must get on and get Brexit done on October the 31st so that this country can move on.
Sir, my amendment is that Mr. President should be invited to come and explain the situation.
For the Nigerian government to stop killing its people and
the gathering here today. It shows that I hope they also my camera down. This just give me a second.
You capture it.
On the facts, breaking news and in-depth interviews on a wide range of topics.
Atlantic Television Network, home for in-depth reportage, facts, professionalism, all the news you need. Atlantic Television Network. Atlantic Television Network.
Atlantic Television Network, anchoring facts.
People into the country illegally. That is amazing.
Leaders, politics,
nobody's ambition.
To the land beyond the mountains, through the Sahara, business, socio-economy, sports, and documentaries. So catch all the updates on the happenings around the globe. Stay focused on the fact today, only on ATN.
The United Kingdom leaving.
Since I became Prime Minister, I've said we must get on and get Brexit done on October the 31st so that this country can move on.
For the Nigerian government to stop killing its
That's on Atlantic Television Network, and I am Namdi Uzuku, and this is the Situation Congress Convention taking place at the Eagle Square in Abuja. We learned that some just arrived, also And I did tell you that we're expecting some analysts join us today at the studio for the analysis of the things really taking place at the Eagle Square. We've been seeing a lot of events, delegations and talks here and there of the matter. Andy, thank you for joining me today.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me.
Go to Eagle Square to accept the position of President Muhammadu Buhari on consensus at the party's national convention holding today at the Eagle Square. What's your take on this? This has been a large matter, and that's why we have delay of the unity list really been signed by some delegates and some signatories to that unity list. What's your take on this?
Yes, so I do not think that it's anything that is out of the ordinary. Conflicts resolution strategies are being deployed by the leadership of the All Progressive Congress. And this strategy is one that would, before you get into or get on the battleground, you must have people who should have handshakes. You know, and I thought that was what the president was trying to do for all the aspirants who were interested in the #1 position of the APC. And the president wanted a situation wherein they were all not going to get onto the boxing ring fuming and unnecessarily excited. He wanted to create a situation where they would strike some form of truce before getting on the boxing ring. And I do not think that that is absurd with political manipulations and politics generally everywhere else in the world. It's not absurd. But however, there are some basic stuffs for me about that calculation that I will be speaking to eventually as we go on. Answering your question directly, my take is that it is not out of place to have those kinds of pallies, those kinds of arrangement and consensus candidature of political parties, consensus candidature of any system, even in the body of Christ. In the traditional system, you would have people who would go into some kinds of rooms or some kinds of gatherings to decide who best should be made whatever. So for me, it's something that is not totally out of place politically.
So, but it is a sign to show that they did not have a very good, the president did not have a very good negotiating power when it comes to the issue of a consensus candidate. He had meetings with 19 governors of the All Progressive Congress, and now we have some people really disagreeing with this matter, that this consensus candidate is not really going down well with us. Is this a sign that the negotiation really didn't take place very well, or what?
The truth is, it is what is going to be. Do not forget that the president is the leader of the party. Forget the fact that there are pockets of people here and there who are insisting that they must still go on with the process. It's already fait accompli by Andy's judgment. And I've made predictions even before now that they are going to, the best way they are going to come out of this, not thoroughly ruffled, not completely beaten, not broken and fragmented. The only way they can come out of it is if they went into consensus arrangement. And trust me, this is what already has been. Virtually all the people you are seeing there, oh, we are coming to Eagle Square, we are coming to do this, they understand that it's been drawn and it's been decided. When it's time, we'll be here, and you would hear from me that I would say exactly, and you will see exactly what I said, that it's been decided who becomes the president, the chairman of the party, who becomes the vice chairman of the party south, who becomes the vice chairman of the party north, and all that. All those arrangements have been decided already, and it's fait accompli. All what we are seeing now is the unnecessary shenanigan that they want to use to prove that indeed they are a political party that speaks and does everything that adulates democracy.
Okay, we're here to hear that unfold. Let's take you on this now. It was gathered between Thursday and Friday. The aspirants held 5 meetings, but failed to agree to the candidature of Adamu as the consensus candidate for the position of the national chairman. Sources told us that 6 aspirants, talking about Senators Tanko Almakura, George Akume, Sani Musa, Salisu Mustafa, Abdulaziz Yeri, and Mohammed Etsu, had agreed to support any of them except Adamu. So these are the people really, in quotes, allegedly holding the party somehow captive from moving forward. It was also gathered that the dissenting aspirant opposed Adamu's candidature for allegedly being arrogant.
So this is politics, and what you are reading is not what's happening today. It was what happened yesterday, and I think before yesterday. The reality now, I can tell you, the reality now is that some of these names you have mentioned have agreed to the candidature of Adamu that we are talking about now. I can tell you live, I have sources who have said to me, called me to say that some of these names that you have called, they have kowtowed to accepting Adamu as the chairman. You are just going to see that they will go there and they will have a parley. And trust me, you would see it before the end of today, or at most before the end of tomorrow. You would see who becomes the chairman of APC. It's fait accompli. It's been written from the back of time already. And all of these grandstanding, all of these posturings that you see, with all the other candidates, they are because of the fact that they must at least show workings. There were people who sent them. If they just went there and said they were going to accept it, what would be given them? They must show workings. They must show that, we are interested, so that people can call them and have negotiations. Politics is about negotiations. So come, don't worry. I'm going to allow you do this, give you this, give you this, give you this. But you must accept this person's candidature. News reaching me, filtering to me from a few of my friends who are bigwigs in the APC, is that some of these names you have called, they have already accepted the candidature of Adamu.
Okay, well, we'll still get to get that when when the time comes and things really unfold. We'll be confirming what you just said. But these are some of the things they've mentioned about the Abdullahi Adamu. They said the aspirants found it difficult to accept him because of his high-handedness and his inability to carry people along in decision taking. We don't know his plan for the party. He did not campaign or meet with the party at the state level. This is a man that, as a governor in Nasarawa State in 2007, he was not allowed to the Congress for Congress for Progressive Change, that's CPC, to campaign in a state and threatened to dispose an emir who supported Buhari as the president candidate of the party. Now looking at these situations they've really painted to us, which are the factors on ground, do you think he has really turned a new leaf and he has the capacity to carry the All Progressive Congress along?
I don't know. I really do not know why you should ask me. I'm not a member of the APC 1. I'm not from Nasarawa State 2. I cannot say the measuring yardstick that the people who are saying is arrogant or is not pro-people, is not consultative in his approach to governance and all that. I don't know the yardstick that they're using to measure some of these things. So I do not want to jump into the fray to say, oh, this is it. And a lot of those people are saying this in any case. There is opponents. So what would you expect that... what would you expect them to say? Most definitely they would speak to these challenges around him that you have just mentioned. So for me, I cannot say I'm not a person who has given to Abdullahi Adamu's style of governance. I've not given myself to it. I've not gone to study it because, of course, I'm not interested, in that. So if you ask me if he has changed, I wouldn't know. There are variables. There are certain considerations. There are certain factors that that people who are principalities in political systems or principalities in any political arrangement consider before choosing certain people. Once upon a time, Adam Soshomole was chosen, to head and to lead the APC because they thought that Anodige Oyego was too consultative. He was too Every time he reached out to people, he embraced people, he listened to people, and that the political party had gone past that phase, that stage, and they needed somebody who was more, who was more, if you permit my use of the word, autocratic. Yeah, I don't know if that was the most appropriate word to use, but they needed somebody who was high-handed, who was strong, who was firm, and they thought they could find that kind of a person in an Adams Oshomole, and he came and he did his bit. You saw what happened eventually. The same people gathered and they threw him out through the back door. And you see, the time when Adams Oshomole came, it was what they were looking for that they saw in him, and they brought him in. It was not Adams Oshomole that brought himself. It was the principalities within the APC that ensured that Adams Oshomole was made the chairman. The same principalities today are still operational in APC. So regardless of what one person in Jigawa, the other person in Bayelsa, the other one in Kogi, regardless of what they think or what they are saying, you get my point, they most definitely would have no other option but to accept the candidates that the principalities in APC bring forward.
So we have some people making up the list right now of the unity list, and that is what we're waiting for, to really from people to sign the unity list. You mentioned issue of negotiations and all that, but the people are not really so careful about all the delegates that are there. They're not mindful about them. So what phase will you regard the APC as being in now in these issues taking place in the APC? What phase is the APC going through now?
So this is the concretization phase. You know, if APC is able to come out of this imminent, of this impending catastrophic gloom, you know, that seem like is what is befalling them. Now, if they're able to come out of it, indeed, it will mean the solidification, the concretization of APC. But I doubt really very strongly that they are going to be able to come out of it. I have made my predictions on the pages of, you know, some dailies and on my social media page. I've made my predictions. The APC is a political party, and I thought that's where we were going to start from. It's a political party that came together, essentially, by strange bedfellows, whose only motivation is to grab power. The motivation is chiefly to grab power. How they were going to conduct themselves as soon as power was got was not one of the things that was discussed amongst them. So that right now, the different tendencies within the APC, they are what you are seeing today playing out. The different tendencies, the CPC tendency, you know, the Bola Tinubu tendency, the tendencies in the southeast, the different tendencies, you know, the tendency that you see of them, the consensus arrangement that we are seeing today. There are people who move from PDP to APC, including the Abdullahi Adamu. There are people who move from PDP to APC. It speaks to the fact that unless they are able to come out of this challenge with a stronger, more visionary and focused leader who might quickly be, you know, cementing and estimosing all of the cracks within the APC, you know, I doubt if the APC would be able to go through with some of the challenges that will come out from here. I doubt very strongly.
Let me really take you on this now, reading out the names of the people now who signed that list. Now, see, the former Deputy National Secretary at the center of the leadership crisis that ousted Comrade Adams Oshomole led National Working Committee NWC Chief Victor Gadam is there, and is get to find his way to the committee.
And who is he?
So now, do you it will be endorsed by him, the National Vice Chairman South.
He's of the PDP stock. He was with Amechi.
Okay, so
Amechi is of the PDP stock.
Okay, so let's move on now.
Yes.
Also, and let me give you some more names. His name was also cited on the South National Working Committee and Zonal Executive Committee Unity list, signed by the party leaders in the region. Now, the signatory to the list include Cross River State Governor Ben Ayade, who is really embattled in court as we speak, former National Chairman Adams Oshomole, the Minister of Transportation Rotimi Amechi, Minister of Niger Delta Senator Godwin Akpabio, Deputy Senate President Senator of Extraordinary Convention Planning Committee CECPC Chief David Leon, and the Zonal Stakeholders Secretary Chief Lucky Imasian. Tell me, do you think all these people put together will be able to really work in progress for the convention today?
No, but you have seen it already now. These are people who already were signatories. As like what you have just, according to what you have just said, they were signatory to, sanctioning Victor Giadom. They are signatories to sanctioning him. And these are the political leaders of APC extraction in the south, where Victor Giadom is contesting. Victor Giadom is interested in becoming the vice chairman representing the south. And these are the political leaders of Yomo Agege of Delta State, Adams Oshiomhole of Edo State, Rotimi Amechi of River State, Godswill Akpabio of Akwa Ibom State, Ben Ayade of Cross River State. And these are the states, and David Leon of Bayelsa State. These are the states that make up the South. If these people who indeed are the political leaders of these states, anyway, some of them are embattled with some oppositions within their states, some oppositions within their state, but they are the political leaders. If they already sanctioned a person as their candidate, what do you think is going to happen? I say it's fait accompli. Everything you are going to see play out today is already what had played out at the back of time. A few people gathered together to say, from the zone, North Central, we that are the stakeholders from the North Central, we are interested in XYZ. From the Northeast, we that are the stakeholders, we are interested in this. From the South, even though I do not believe in that political contraption called South, there's no such thing like South. But we that are from the South, this is the candidate. And these sanctionings, quote and unquote, have been done. And since they have been done, this is what will be. So there's no need for me to start discussing it, because all of the people that went there today from River State, they went there courtesy the distinguished or right honorable Chibuike Rotimi Amechi, largely courtesy him. So you think he's going to tell them, I want people to do Victor Giadom? Should they even go to the ballot to go and cast their vote? If an Amechi spoke to those people that he brought to Abuja, he spoke to those people that is the political leader too, that I want Victor Giadom, you think they are going to vote? They are going to vote against Victor Giadom. If David Leon, the one who is the political leader, himself and the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources or for Petroleum, political leader said to the people from Bayelsa that this is the one that I want people to vote, you think they are going to vote otherwise? So it's fait accompli. There's no need for us to start making permutations other than what has already been arranged. The president has already given order, quote and unquote, to those leaders in those zones to say, this is how best I want you people to do this thing. And once you go about it like this, the implosion that people have been predicting would not be. So I think you should all go to your zones, go and bring people. We have shared it. Vice President, this will be this. We have shared it. Go and look for the best candidates that can assume those positions, and we are going to adopt them across board. I think that's what is going to happen.
Okay, so you talked about River State, and we'll go to River State also. Now, when we talk to live on TV now, we spoke with some delegates from River State. We spoke to the CSO of the River State APC chairman, talking about Tangod. We also spoke with the Honorable Sam, the secretary of APC in River State. And they seem to say the same thing, that Magnus Abe is not a member of the party, and which clearly shows that we still have factions in the APC in River State. Do you think these looming issues will affect them when it comes to the 2023 elections as we plan towards it?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't want to sound like I am clairvoyant. In any case, to be politically clairvoyant in Nigeria does not require any special powers. It just requires you to put your head to politics. Most definitely it's going to affect them. Nigerians are not happy with the party APC. And I'm not saying Andy is not happy, because I've gone to the streets. I'm a civil society person. I'm on the streets. I'm discussing with the people on a regular. Nigerians are not happy with what's happening with petroleum resources, with the prices of diesel, fuel, and kerosene. Nigerians are not happy with what's happening with ASU. Earlier today, somebody had sent one of the clips of what happened when the president was contesting to me, and the president was fuming. How is it that they are able to spend X amount of money going to have a convention when they want to discuss about how Nigeria is going to be together? Meanwhile, ASU had been on strike. Which serious government in this country will wait for ASU to be on strike for over 1 week, not to talk of going? The president was fuming. I can send you that video right now, so that you can play for them to listen. Today, as I speak with you, ASU is on strike, 2nd month going, and they are having convention. So without even looking at the different factions that you see, and factions are not just in River State. In Delta State, there is the Omo Agege faction, and there is the Minister of State for Labour, that is Festus Kiyamo's faction, in Delta State alone. In Akwa Ibom State, there is the Godswill Akpabio faction, and there is the other faction of the current chairman or secretary of the party. There in Bayelsa State, there are factions. In the different states across Nigeria, you have factional leaders across the APC, and these tendencies definitely will affect how they are able to galvanize themselves within those states to produce or to defend their position as president today. These factions, these tendencies within the states will definitely affect their result. And let me make the prediction here. A lot of these tendencies will start potting very soon. If you would wait maximum another 1 month, invite me to this studio. A lot of these tendencies within these states that are right now factional heads and factional leaders and factional, faces and positions and factional tendencies, they are going to pot to the PDP. Right? They are going to defect
to the PDP.
They are going to defect to the, mark my word. Take it, and I need this TV station to play it when it starts happening. They are going to defect to the PDP. Mark my words.
Okay, so you mentioned issues of the current crisis in the petroleum, educational sector, and the rest of it, and you say that the APC are going ahead to have a convention where we have these issues bedeviling Nigeria. Do you think that, are you indirectly saying that the APC is insensitive?
You see,
because they have to put their
politicians,
they have to put their house together.
So our politicians
before they can lead well.
Our politicians generally, are they sensitive to the pulse of the everyday Nigerian on the streets? Are they sensitive? Everyone listening to me right now, I need you all to answer that question very sincerely. The politicians that you know, are they sensitive? Can I start mentioning them and mentioning all of the quote and unquote evils that they have been doing in our country? Are they really sensitive to the challenges of the people of our country? How are you a politician? Indeed, and the day that you are handing over to the next governor, that same day you are running to the airport, you want to travel to America. How sensitive is such a politician? Are you saying to us that all the while you governed that state, you were not able to create security that is good enough to have you exist in that state for the next 1 week, for the next 1 month? Are politicians sensitive? Are politicians sensitive that hospitals are dilapidated, they are crumbling, they are dying? Hospitals are not functioning across the country, yet their wives are sent abroad to go and deliver children in hospitals in the UK. hospitals in America, hospitals everywhere else, including hospitals in Dubai. Are those politicians sensitive? Are politicians sensitive when they are sending their children abroad and they are going to pose with their children that are graduating in universities abroad? Meanwhile, ASU is on strike and they are going on strike for the next 2 months. SANU has just joined them. SANU has just joined them, you know, and there is chaos in the land. Everything has gone topsy-turvy. They are acting as though they are the ostrich, putting their heads, not understanding that we are seeing everything else. Are politicians sensitive? Who amongst them, but for just a handful, that indeed you cannot say are really career politicians? Just a handful that I can mention that are not career politicians. Show me the one career politician in this country from the north to the south that indeed you can beat your chest to say is sensitive. Show me the one career politician.
So they shouldn't have a convention.
So indeed they are not sensitive. However, the convention they have been postponing for long. I do not see anything wrong with their having convention, but I see a lot wrong with applying the brakes on governance just because you want to have a convention. You don't put the brakes on governance. Who is working right now in the power sector? Who is working right now in the petroleum sector? Who is working right now in the educational sector? Who is working right now in the health sector? Who is working right now in the labor and productivity sector? Working right now in the infrastructural sector and all that? Who is working right now? They have halted that, and for the last 3 weeks at least, all of the governors and stakeholders have been in Abuja making permutations on who becomes what in the party APC. In any case, in the party, the political movement, the political vehicle that is soon going to implode. Not because I've been saying it, because the factors, the telltale signs are there already. But and the PDP is not any different.
They had some time to plan.
Yes.
So, and they had some time to radically lead and administer governance properly. And this is
administer governance properly?
They had the time to do that. And
okay.
Why haven't they really done that? And now it's the time whereby they are, you know, advancing towards this election period. And you are saying that they shouldn't really be doing this at this time. So what were they doing when they had the time to be administering governance properly?
They were politicking. They were politicking. They were people who were interested in becoming the next president of this country. They were reaching out to certain people who were strong players in the APC. They were delaying their convention. They were just playing politics. Governance was stopped, as it were. Governance was stopped. Nobody was working anymore in the country. All they were doing, all they were interested in was who becomes what in the APC so that they can get their shares. Politicians are not interested. Even the APC, they are not interested in governance anymore. As I speak to you now is, who is going to take the baton from the current president? That's what the permutations are all about today as I speak to you. Who is really working? Please tell me. Who is working today that is unable to fix the challenges with ASU? Who is working today that it has taken over 1 month to fix the challenges with the petroleum industry? Who is working today that is unable to fix the insecurity challenges that we are seeing across the country? Who is working today that we have not been able to fix the nose-diving tendencies in the economy? As I speak to you today, go check what is happening with the naira against the dollars. Go check it. Virtually everything, including gifting commodities, have gone up, and they are going to consistently be going up. Who is working? Are you seeing governance anywhere? It's a political anastomosis, a political amalgamation of strange bedfellows. People who came together driven by just the motivation to send away and to emerge. To send away who was there and to get in there. That was just the motivation for all of them in that political party. Therefore, you do not expect to see otherwise compared to what we are seeing today. If there were people who were calculated, driven by the singular purpose to change the fortune of the people of Nigeria, they were driven by the singular vision to affect Nigeria for the good, you would have seen that all of these infightings that you see, you would have seen that all of these challenges that you see in the country, they would not have been in the manner, in the magnitude that they are today in our country.
The president mentioned some things during his speech in his inauguration.
Yes.
And some of it is that he's ready to fight corruption. And do we see such situations from the time you mentioned it till this time? And how would you've been describing a lot of things, and people are saying that the APC has actually failed Nigerians. Is that what is the issue currently in Nigeria? Do they have some time to repair the wrongs they've actually had, in quotes, if they have the time to do that before 2023?
Who is the lecturer that sets exams without a marking scheme? Who is the site engineer that goes to site without a plan? Who is the builder that built a house without a design? If you show me any of these people, I will show you disaster. What was the plan ab initio to fight corruption? Did you see any plan on ground? They planned to fight corruption with body language and integrity of Mr. President. What was the plan? Did you see that a special court was created to address the issues around those who have been accused of certain corruption tendencies? Did you see that the police force, a special unit, was refurbished, was equipped with, best equipment everywhere in the world with which to be able to investigate crime? Did you see that the judiciary, what did you see? What were the things you saw as Nigerians? I want you of you, they want to fight corruption. Are you fighting corruption with body language? This APC government will go down in history to be the most corrupt. Because I have said it, and I want to be challenged. Students were at home and they were spending money for school feeding. Go Google how much they spend for school feeding. We do not have the statistics of people that they say they are giving money to, including trader money, including money to remove people out of poverty. Who are the people? I don't know one. I don't know one. I have been. Yes, project. I'm telling you now. I'm telling you. Who are the people? I have been looking out, and I have said at the civil society organization platform, I have said that can we reach out to people in River State, in Bayelsa, in Delta State, and build a data bank for as many as have indeed collected these monies with proof that they have collected these monies. Can we build a data bank for them? I've challenged the civil society front and those who are even in APC to say, can you produce this data bank? Can you produce this data rather? Let's see those who have been giving these monies. They are consistently. Okay, let me tell you a very simple one that just happened recently. They went to import bad fuel into the country. Bad fuel. It was intentional. And I'm going to tell you why it's intentional. Why it was intentional. If you have ever imported anything into this country, you would understand that the process of bringing anything into this country is pretty very arduous. You went through specific regimented orders before anything was brought into this country. The agents in the country where you are bringing it would have to look at the quality, look at the quantity, look at the texture, look at the bill of lading. Your agent will do the same. The process is quite Herculean. Now, they brought it in from that place. In our country, the different agents that will even look at it were sleeping. It was brought into the distribution chain.
So you saying this
right now, it was deliberate. I'm very sorry. They then said they were going to clean it with excess of over 200 billion. They want to clean the evil that they did. They brought bad fear. They said they were going to project, they're going to take it from NNPC. NNPC now say, yeah, I'm going to take the monies away from the money that is due the states. Most of our states recently started telling us they received 320 million. That's a lie in any case. But let's not go there. Now, they said they were going to use 200 billion to clean it. ASU is asking for how much? ASU is asking for less than 130 billion. To fix ASU's challenge, even though I think I have my issues with ASU, and the way they go about what they do.
What are the issues you have?
Oh, terrible issues with ASU, because they have not been able to, as academics, been able to think out of the box on how to sustain the university system without necessarily going to the federal government every time to go and beg for money. Sitting here on this chair, I can give you 3 reasons, 3 ways ASU can get monies to sustain the university system.
You hold the issue on ASU at this point in time.
Yes.
If you're just joining us, this is the Situation Room of the live issue going on in Abuja. That's the APC convention taking place at the Eagle Square in Abuja, and we're having correspondents also from Abuja join us, giving us live feels of things really happening in Abuja. And also we also have here joining me Andy Akpotive, an advocate against bad government. Also shortly we'll be having JAJ, that's talking about Jerry Omas. Join me also in the studio. We'll still have some situations we really want to talk about. We're going to be here for you to give you informations and things that you need to know about the ongoing convention taking place in Abuja. Stay with us at this point in time. We'll take a break.
But I remain committed to the United Kingdom leaving.
Since I became Prime Minister, I've said we must get on and get Brexit done on October the 31st so that this country can move on.
Sir, my amendment is that Mr. President should be invited to come and explain the situation.
For the Nigerian government to stop killing its people and
On the facts, breaking news and in-depth interviews on a wide range of topics.
Atlantic Television Network, home for in-depth reportage, facts, professionalism, all the news you need. Atlantic Television Network. Atlantic Television Network.
Atlantic Television Network, anchoring facts.
People into the country illegally. That is amazing.
Every day, our lives are changed by history.
We are one people, all of us.
Leaders, politics.
Nobody's ambition is what they blood.
I have fought a very family.
Natural occurrence, war, and the world economy.
I belong to everybody, and I belong to nobody.
ATN covers it all on ATN Politics today.
From the line across the ocean to the land beyond the mountains, through the Sahara, we bring honest pop news, live analysis, expert discussions on trending stories in politics, business, socio-economy, sports, and documentaries. So catch all the updates on the happenings around the globe.
The making of Wish 99.5 FM and Atlantic Television Network. The renowned American coach, speaker, and author of the bestseller Awakening the Giants Within, Anthony J. Robbins said, "Setting goals is the first step in turning the invisible into the visible." This best describes the birth and storyline of Morrison Communications' Wish 99.5 FM and Atlantic Television Network broadcast brands. Morrison Communication Limited is a 100% wholly Nigerian indigenous private company incorporated in 2003. The company has a three-pronged line of business: ICT, events, and media. Her media engagements commenced in 2003 with the establishment of Wish newspaper and 2005 with Wish International magazine. It has established and operated several internet centers across the country. Morrison is still one of the major events management organizations with high-profile shows to her credit, as well as parading the state-of-the-art equipment in the sector. The company ventured into electronic media by applying for license to operate a radio channel in 2008 and procured equipment to show its readiness and determination. However, this was not to be, as bureaucracy and state act did not allow the realization of the dream. In 2017, the company employed a strategic approach which led to the establishment of Wish 99.5 FM, Port Harcourt, Nigeria's business radio, and has continued to dominate the broadcasting sphere. The company's development plan brought about the announcement that it is establishing a television network in 2020, which many saw as a dream. Of Roy T. Bennett quotes that dreams don't work unless you take action. The surest way to make your dreams come true is to live them. True to the fact, in January 2021, the world woke up to reality of the birth of Atlantic Television Network, ATN, a state-of-the-art digital network. Atlantic Television Network, ATN, is a 24-hour live broadcast station with headquarters in Wish Complex, Wish Avenue along NTA Choba Road in Port Harcourt City, Rivers State, with the digital centers in Abuja, Lagos, and correspondents across Nigeria. ATN was built to begin full transmission at the end of the first quarter of 2020, but installations were put on hold following the outbreak of COVID-19 global pandemic. A major communications limited, Dr. Chinyere Igwe Esquire, seemed daunting given the prevailing circumstance. The entrepreneurial spirit of the company, against all odds, pushed through the COVID-19 tide and saw to the completion and birth of Atlantic, which in contemporary times means where there is a will, there will always be a way. An ATN commenced test transmission in July 2021 and embarked on full broadcast transmission 1st September 2021. The network transmits 24-hour live broadcasts of news, current affairs, and entertainment with God, We are the first indigenous television network station with international reach from the east of the Niger. As the 26th President of the United States of America, Theodore Roosevelt Jr. said, "Believe you can, and you are halfway there." Atlantic Television Network is here to stay and have everything it takes to get there and beyond. Atlantic Television Network, anchoring faith.
A world without tomatoes is like a string quartet without violins. Lauren Cohen, 1994. One of such vegetables that have proven their nutritional value over time is tomato. Tomato is a vegetable commodity which originated in Western South America and Central America. It is consumed worldwide today.
On the facts, breaking news and in-depth interviews on a wide range of topics.
Atlantic Television Network, home for in-depth reportage, facts, professionalism, all the news you need. Atlantic Television Network. Atlantic Television Network.
Atlantic Television Network, anchoring facts.
People into the country illegally. That is amazing.
Every day, our lives are changed by history.
We are one people, all of us.
Leaders, politics.
Nobody's ambition is what I have fought a very family.
Natural occurrence, war, and the world economy.
I belong to everybody, and I belong to nobody.
ATN covers it all on ATN Politics today.
Across the ocean, to the land beyond the mountains, through the Sahara, we bring all sport news, live analysis, expert discussions on trending stories in politics, business, socio-economy, sports, and documentaries. So catch all the updates on the happenings around the globe. Stay focused on the fact today, only on ATN.
The making of Wish 99.5 FM and Atlantic Television Network. The renowned American coach, speaker, and author of the bestseller Awakening the Giants Within, Anthony J. Robbins said, "Setting goals is the first step in turning the invisible into the visible." This best describes the birth and television network broadcast brands. Morrison Communication Limited is a 100% wholly Nigerian indigenous private company incorporated in 2003. The company has a three-pronged line of business: ICT, events, and media. Her media engagements commenced in 2003 with the establishment of Wish newspaper and 2005 with Wish International magazine. It has established and operated several internet centers across the country. Morrison is still one of the major event management organizations with high-profile shows to her credit, as well as parading the state-of-the-art equipment in the sector. The company ventured into electronic media by applying for license to operate a radio channel in 2008 and procured equipment to show its readiness and determination. However, this was not to be, as bureaucracy and state act did not allow the realization of the dream. In 2017, the company employed a strategic approach which led to the establishment of Wish 99.5 FM, Port Harcourt, Nigeria. The company's development plan brought about the announcement that it is establishing a television network in 2020, which many saw as a dream. In reminiscence of Roy T. Bennett's quote that dreams don't work unless you take action. The surest way to make your dreams come true is to live them. True to the fact. In January 2021, for our live broadcast station, with headquarters in Wish Complex, Wish Avenue along NTA Choba Road in Port Harcourt City, Rivers State, with the digital centers in Abuja, Lagos, and correspondents across Nigeria. ATN was built to begin full transmission at the end of the first quarter of 2020, but installations were put on hold following the outbreak of COVID-19 global pandemic. A major setback not to Morrison Communication but to the whole wide world. Believing in the treatise of entrepreneur, media mogul and founder of cable news network CNN Ted Turner, that you should set goals beyond your reach so you always have something to live for. The goal set by the chairman of Morrison Communications Limited, Dr. Chinyere Igwe Esquire, seemed daunting given the prevailing circumstance. The entrepreneurial spirit of the company, against all odds, pushed through the COVID-19 tide and saw to the completion and birth of Atlantic Television Network in the first quarter of 2021. According to George Herbert, to him that wills, ways are not wanting, which in contemporary times means where there is a will, there will always be a way. An ATN commenced test transmission in July 2021, and then we are the first indigenous television network station with international reach from the east of the Niger. As the 26th President of the United States of America, Theodore Roosevelt Jr. said, "Believe you can, and you are halfway there." Atlantic Television Network is here to stay and have everything it takes to get there and beyond. Atlantic Television Network, anchoring facts.
A world without tomatoes is like a string quartet without violins. Lauren Cohen, 1994 to 1992. Fruits and vegetables are a vital part of nutrition. One of such vegetables that have proven their nutritional value over time is tomato.
But I remain committed to the United Kingdom leaving.
Since I became Prime Minister, I've said we must get on and get Brexit done on October the 31st so that this country can move on.
Sir, my amendment is that Mr. President should be invited to come and explain the situation.
For the Nigerian government to stop killing its people and
To have you join us back on the Situation Room here of the APC convention taking place at the Eagle Square in Abuja. So we're still having fields of information, pockets of news, and the unfoldings about the convention taking place in Abuja. I did tell you that I was going to be joined by another analyst, and he's right here in the studio talking about Jerry Omas, JAJ, a social commentator and a political analyst here. JAJ, thank you for joining me.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. In spite of the rains, we are here.
All right, thank you also. Also, we had him before, and he's back now online, talking about Dumezo Samson. He's in Abuja right away, and he's actually there to tell us situations of things taking place at the convention ground in Abuja. Dumezo, how are you right now? Hello.
I'm doing very fine, Mr. Nandi. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be back online, and pleased to see my brother Jay there with you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. So Andy Akwative also is still in the studios today. He's joining us. He's been doing justice to these matters we have on ground. Also, so Dum, where are you currently as we speak?
I'm currently at the Eagle Square, here in Abuja, rather. Like I said before, we had long started the accreditation, and currently I'm outside the venue. I stepped out
Did you say they have not started the accreditation?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Did you say they have not started the accreditation?
No, I said the accreditation had long started.
Okay, long started. Okay, better. I heard you not correctly. Okay, so what's the situation of things at the Eagle Square as we speak?
Well, so much excitement in the air. We're seeing different persons, projecting their respective candidates, and it's reflected on their T-shirts, reflected on their face caps, reflected on their placards and banners. And we're seeing a good number of security agents here. This place is very peaceful, I can tell. And people are in so much excitement. People are waiting for that moment where Mr. President is really comes to them. People are waiting for that opportunity where they will be possibly given the opportunity to also vote their candidates for offices where voting may occur, and for where there is consensus that can also have the date. But so far, I think where we have consensus assured is just on the chairmanship position. Currently, as we speak, these leaders in different zones are still consulting. Some persons are not in tune with the consensus. Some persons want election, and people are still consulting.
Okay, so I want to take you now on this. Do you think there would be voting at the convention ground?
Well, yes, as per the chairmanship position, I think the 6 other aspirants had given their withdrawal. So I think that is a go-to already. But for other positions, cutting across zonal positions, and other elective offices in the NWC, I think there definitely might be elections, because there is a constraint which is accountable to the new Electoral Act. All right. Everyone who agrees to the consensus must put in their withdrawal letter, or they must consent to the agreement. And we're seeing that not happening in the other zones. And the only option the party would have to avoid litigations is to go into elections for those other positions. The aspirants themselves must have to withdraw, they must have to consent. And if they have refused to do that, it means the party does not have any other option than to go into election for those positions. So we don't have litigations in the future.
Okay, so tell me about the delegates there. Which of them have you seen present at the Eagle Square that you could say this is one of the leaders of the APC from any state? Which is present there at this point?
But there are several of them, almost all of the states. Speaking for Rivers, I've seen the Minister of Transportation here in uniform with some of the supporters. I've also seen Senator Magnus Abe, who had also left here, I don't know, for some reason. And I've also seen well-respected members of Rivers APC here. For other states, I'm seeing very notable faces, well-seated amongst the delegates, some crossing from end to end, exchanging pleasantries with other notable party faithfuls here as I speak. We're waiting for the arrival of the president, the vice president, and the national leader of the party, and some other top hierarchy members of the APC.
Do we have the presence of the former governor of Lagos State, talking about Asiwaju Ahmed Tinubu?
Not yet, sir.
Not yet?
Yes.
Okay, so we learned that a concession has been given to some political aides or appointees, and they include the presence of the Transportation Minister Chibike Rotimi Amechi, the Chris Ngige, Babatunde Fashola, and the likes. So, do you think this is the best decision by the party, knowing the situation on ground with the Section 84, subsection 12?
Concession in what sense?
They will be allowed concession that they will be allowed to vote.
No, the party is clear. The party is clear. Appointed officers are not to vote, nor be voted for. That's the stance of the party. So there are no compromises to it. There are no compromises to it. I'm not aware of that.
I think we need to cross-check the information you're giving me, because this one just got to me not too long ago. And we saw. I also saw a clip. That's the reason. I also saw a clip whereby the transportation minister was, driving to the ground, and also had another instance where you just told me that the transportation minister is also there on ground. So
yes, I've stated that the minister is there and some other persons. In fact, Minister Lai Mohammed is also here. He is one of the early arrivals here. But I'm not aware that the concession had been given by the party for them to vote. Rather, what I'm aware of as at this moment, like I said, here at the Eagle Square, that announcement has not been made. But to the best of my knowledge, elected officers, or rather appointees of this government, are just to serve as observers. Observers. That means they are not to vote. They are permitted to be at the venue, and they are only permitted to observe and not vote. That's to the best of my knowledge as at this moment. And if a decision has been taken for us here at the Eagle Square, I didn't hear that announcement being made.
All right. Also, tell me, who has been accredited there at the Eagle Square? Hello, Doom. Can you hear me?
Yes, all of the persons seated have been accredited. You would, I don't know if it's to your knowledge, but I confirm to you that every state had their respective points of accreditation. So when you are accredited, then you move to take your position. You would not be able to sit where the delegates are seated without accreditation. So everyone who has gotten a position or place to sit has been fully accredited and cleared.
Okay, so have you yourself been accredited?
Yes, sir. Very, very early before now. I'm one of the first persons who got accredited. Very long before.
Okay, let me bring this to your attention. I don't know if you're aware that a report reached us that delegates and supporters have been, tear gassed as security operatives struggle to control entry into the venue of the ongoing All Progressive Congress National Convention at the Eagle Square. Are you aware of the situation?
I can confirm to you that there's no cause for alarm. Yes, there were some sort of heavy push, to penetrate into the venue, and that I think caused the damage to the barricade that was placed. But that that does not in itself mean there was a war, there was a fight. The security agents just came in to ensure that there was no breakdown of law and all that. And that's their responsibility. There's nothing to worry about. Everybody wants to access the venue. Everybody wants to observe at least, but there's a limit to how many persons that can come in here. And that's what the security agents are bound to do. So there's no fight amongst delegates. There's no fight between the security agents and, of course, all the party faithfuls.
Okay, are you aware of several persons who sustained injuries in the ensuing stampede that took place?
I'm not aware of any, but I can presume that, where people are asked to pull back, the security agents madly would want to get tear gas engaged, and of course, that is not so friendly with a lot of persons, so people would want to, push back, and then, of course, in the course of that, some persons will fall to the ground and all of that. But I'm not aware of persons injured as a result of stampede. I'm distant away from the entrance point, and I cannot tell for sure that persons are injured. But I noticed that there was an attempt for people to rush in, and of course that was resisted, by the police, and it was done, in a civil way. I don't see that to be a fight.
Okay.
So I can't confirm that persons are injured.
All right. Can you confirm from us if this actually took place? We discovered that the Edo State delegates have sent away a Minister of Health, Dr. Sage Ehanere, from the stand designated for the state at the Eagle Square, venue of the ongoing National Convention of the ruling All Progressive Congress. Are you aware of this?
Not to the best of my knowledge, sir. But there are limited persons who can be accredited, and that information has been passed out, by the party to the membership of APC. And if there are persons who may have found their way in, and they are not supposed to be, I think it wouldn't be inappropriate to excuse them. But I'm not aware.
Okay, so would you say that all delegates as we stand now have been accredited?
Not all. There are persons who are yet to arrive, and of course, accreditation is done at arrival. So, and if you don't come, you cannot be accredited. So people are accredited as they come in. Not everybody comes in at the same time. So I don't think there's a closure yet to accreditation, but I know that some states, have been fully accredited and they are well seated.
Okay, it's it's 4:27 p.m. as we talk now, as we're saying, and some people are yet to really arrive at the venue. So that means we should be expecting a situation whereby the convention and the voting processes will actually drag into the night. Not even if the morning period of tomorrow.
Of course, you know how these things are. We go for national convention, of course, these things happen. So, but the party is doing everything possible to ensure, that we work by the timing. And there's supposed to be a timetable for everything. But currently, we're having an interlude. On the timetable, the president ought to have arrived, within this time. And then we're even supposed to have remarks from chairman of Progressive Governors Forum, the executives of governors from each of the six geopolitical zones and all of that. So, but we're running with it. And I noticed that from number 19 of the program, where you have the remarks by the chairman election committee, which is supposed to be from 6:10 to 6:20 p.m. Afterward, there is no more timing. So there's no closing time to the convention.
Okay.
So we cannot say, okay, this convention should end about 10 or by 12 p.m. or 1 a.m. So I think the party foresees that there might be sort of dragging of activities that might run late into the night. So they could only plan, like 10 minutes past 6 to 6:20, and then afterward, counting of votes, which of course is going to take a long time. There is no timing to it. We're going to have declaration of results and swearing in executives. Acceptance speech by the newly elected national chairman of the PDP and all of that. So all of this, AM 1 AM 2 AM thereabouts.
Okay, Dumezo, for now we'll let you go. Thank you for joining us. We'll hang on with you again when there's any new development over there at the Eagle Square in Abuja. Thank you so much for now.
Thank you so much for spending.
All right, so we'll get to talk with you some other time. So if you're not joining right about now, we had some situations really taking place. We had some people, most of the people have been accredited, delegates have been accredited. Earlier on, we spoke with some delegates who were there, the person of Chief Chris Agara, a delegate from Cross River State, who gave us the information that we had up to 205 delegates there. We also spoke with the Secretary APC Cross River State, Basi Afie Mosa. Also, we spoke with the Secretary. We had in-house analyst here who will be talking to us about the situation of things really taking place, and an advocate against bad government. We also have Jerry Omar, a person over there, talking about Dumezo Samson in Abuja, telling us about the situation of things that have actually taken place. First, let me take you first on the party APC. How would you describe the All Progressive Congress as a party?
The All Progressive Congress is a very good party. No time where bookmakers are saying that they cannot even progress. As the name implies, they are progressing. Remember a special advisor to the former president, Goodluck Jonathan, saying that if they could last one week, that we should call him certain names. And after they lasted 1 week, the next thing is that they can't hold conventions. Against all odds, they hold convention. The chairman emerged, that was Odige Oyegu, and some other persons like Fanika, who is now part of the whole system right now, said they were able to do conventions and bring in a flag bearer that they should call him certain names. He said they even talk about win in certain place.
So these men are now eating back their words.
Exactly. So it shows that the All Progressive Congress is like the proverbial dog that have 9 lives, and they've been able to survive. In less than no time, they were able to kick a party who's rooted for more than 16 years, and they were kicked out, and they took over. So it's a very strong party, and that's why you still see those skirmishes. Like our people will always say that you don't see people throw stick at a fruit that don't bear a tree that don't bear fruit. So that's why you see all those acrimony, all those stuff put together. But I must not also fail to tell you that a professor defined politics as a means of resolving conflict that may arise as a result of people living together. You know, we are 3 in this studio here. There can be conflict. Like they also say 2 is a crowd and all those stuff. So the ability for us to resolve whatever conflict we have is what brings in politics and all those put together. So it's a strong party, and I think they are poised to take Nigeria to what was supposed to be. But it won't come like El Dorado. Don't also forget that after the victory, some other persons, like you said, they eat up their word, they also came in. But as then too, I was so afraid that, look, these people you're bringing in right now, I hope they won't rock the boat when the time comes. That's exactly what we're seeing right now. And I think they have the ability, like the ego, to wither the storm. And what else you have to say? That at the end of the day, you know, when the ego sees storm, it's like it's happy. It's like, this is where I dare to play. Where other bears are hiding, that's where, I think that's exactly what the APC stands for. So they will wither the storm, and they will come up bigger and better by tomorrow, because I know that they have a long night. This whole thing has not started, so they have a long night, and maybe by tomorrow 12/1 you begin to see people that are emerging, and they do their vote of thanks, and call the other people, and try to set up a reconciliation body to reconcile everybody and move forward, knowing too well that in the next 1 month or 5 weeks from now, they will still go back to the same Abuja or wherever they choose for the presidential primary. So it's a great party.
All right, so we see APC is a combination of different parties that have come together. We have the CPC, we have the PDP, some people extracted from the PDP. We also have the ABGA, also some.
Yeah, half of ABGA.
Oh, you could say half of ABGA.
Yes.
Would you say, because they're a combination of different parties, that has, if you say that has made them formidable, why do we still have some cracks?
Crack is a normal thing when people gather, especially people from different backgrounds, even husband and wife, because you didn't grow up with your wife and you people came in newly, you are trying to understand each other. That is why, to avoid those stuff, that's why they did what they call the revalidation. That, look, you came from CPC, I come from NPDP, and he comes from ACN, another person comes from the half of the ABGA, and all those put together. Now let's drop whatever that is keeping us, and the idea of this should come, even though, like what one of those scholars defined federalism as trying to hold what you have dear to you, and at the same time accommodate other people. I think that's what they are trying to do right now. So that thing that is so unique to you, drop it so that we'll have a common front. Don't also forget, because I know you may forget this area, that the symbol of the APC is the broom. And you know the broom, by the time you bring one broom, you can just break it to pieces. But when the broom are together, you can't break them. So no matter the force, no matter what you see that is happening right now, they will come out stronger and better at the end of the day.
Andy, we've heard what Jerry Omasa said, JJ. Now, do you think the combination of different parties put together that has formed the APC is what has made them formidable up to now?
The APC as we know it today, I want to be taken into record, in not more than 2 to 3 months
from now.
Well,
from today.
Hold on, Jerry. Hold on. Don't hold on.
I speak as a political prophet. The center would no longer hold. You will find the different tendencies within the APC going to their tents. Like what happened in the Bible. To your tents, O Israel. You'd find them very And I want this radio station to play it when the time comes.
It's a TV.
Yes, this TV station to play it when the time comes. Not more than 3 months from now, you will find these different tendencies. Because, yes, an oil or oil and water can mix. But it will mix only after the introduction of a solvent or a chemical or an agent. Once you introduce it, from where I'm from, we have a food that is called ogweri. It's a food that you prepare with oil and water. But you would have to introduce the cow, the potash, and that's what you use to mix the oil and the water. Over a period of time, you find that they are mixing very nicely, and you can have good meal. What is lacking in the All Progressive Congress is that today, the only rallying point around them is the fact that they are still holding that position of the president. President Muhammadu Buhari is only rallying point. There is no vision. There is no construct that all of the tendencies in APC are bought into, other than the fact that they are in power. So I make bold to say that because they have not introduced that solvent, they have not introduced that agent that has capacity to weave these tendencies together and make it as interesting for eating, like the worry that I talked about, in a matter of moments, maximum in another 3 months, everybody will be going to their tents. The APC, as you know it today,
are you saying that the APC
no longer
is not
be
really a formidable force as we stand?
Absolutely, we have been saying that they have managed to be driving the vehicle and accelerating, even though they are unable to. The car is not moving functionally, so they are just been jerking and accelerating and moving it and moving it and moving it up until this moment. The APC is, I've described what the APC is. As it's not and it's not just peculiar to the APC. Before I'm misquoted, a majority of the political parties that we have today in our country cannot be said to be organically a political party.
Okay, well, I'll come to you, Andy. Now, Jerry, we've heard what Andy has said. First, he said few words I could pick: no vision for the APC. They don't have a construct, and their rallying point is the president in person of Muhammad Buhari. Do you agree with this statement by by Andy Akpotive?
That is, as far as I'm concerned, is so fallacious. The president was not there as at the time the APC was formed. We should know this, right? It was 1 or 2 persons that go to meet the president and say, look, sir, I think as it stands right now, you are one person that have that integrity. You are one person that fought corruption. You remember the war against indiscipline and all those stuff. So we're bringing you in. As at the time he even said, please, I've done 3 times. I think I can't go further. They said, look, come in. And he won. Andy Akpotive.
So that means he's the rallying point.
No. Listen. Andy Akpotive will not be the first to have mentioned that. I told you during my introduction, people like Donyi Okukwe, people like Fani Kaode, people like this former governor of Ekiti State, Ayo Fayoshi, and so many other persons. His own is even short. Some of them said 6 months. Some of them said they can't even do Congress, they can't do anything. But they won the first election in 2015, and 2019 they won again. A party that is visionless, a party that is not credible, a party that is so tattered, a party that will soon die in 3 months. And I tell you, at the national level, they will still win again in 2023. We have had this over and over again. The APC is like I said, the dog with 9 lives. You think they will soon die. They are pushing on. You think they will soon die. They are pushing on. So I won't be surprised that Andy is saying this. Even giving 3 months, I was even thinking he would say 3 weeks. But thank God for 3 months. But I tell you, by the end of another 4 years, we will all still be here to talk about the APC again, going for the president who will emerge that time, going for another tenure. God will keep us alive to do that. So I am not surprised but I think it's a normal thing, because as I've said it before, and he's saying it as that is a political prophet. I'm not surprised. So many prophets has come and gone. Some of them have even joined the same APC. Don't also forget that some of them said this party is an Islamic party. Is this? The same people are now in the Islamic party. They also said, oh, Buhari, give him 4 years, we will Islamize the entire country. I don't belong to religion. Osibanjo, that is the next man to him, are not focused, and they are moving, and they know their direction.
Is the president the rallying point of the APC?
No. The president is the leader of the APC. That does not make him the rallying point. There are other people working now. By tomorrow, latest 2 o'clock, you will have a chairman, and he will make his speech, and the whole thing move on.
If you say the president is not the rallying point, how come we see situations whereby the president has called the 19 state governors, and he's actually putting up a consensus candidate at this time?
That is the leader. The role of the leader. Don't also forget that, to be fair to to anybody, you have greed, you have selfishness that was playing out. If you are my friend on social media, you are ordinary critical direct committee, Akpanu Duedem, was also having his own group, having his own faction in the Akwa Ibom APC and all those put together. But that being the case, does not stop anything. The president is the leader. I will play the role of the leader. The leader have said, go and do your own thing. By the time he saw that there was too much division, and he has to call everybody together and say, look, if we miss this opportunity, then we may kiss everything goodbye, like your children. All of them keen and say, okay, fine. I am not contesting. You know what it means to convince out of 6 people, 5 to say, look, this is what you should do. And they all agree. And based on the new electoral electoral amendment, they now said all of them have agreed that, look, we are allowing this chairman to go. It's not easy. Other party will see them even getting to Supreme Court on chairmanship level. So what are we talking about here?
All right, Andy, we heard some of the statement by Jerry, and he's even saying that the party won in 2015, they won in 2019, and they are going to win in 2023. With the situation we have on ground, we have the tussles between Akpan Odo-Dehe, the chairman, caretaker committee, and he's taken him almost 2 years now for him to really conduct what will I say now? The congresses as we start now, and it's until the president intervened. That's what we have now. Do you see the APC as someone or a party that will be able to take over power in 2023?
You see, it is a formidable team that can win a football match. I was young, now I'm older. I'm here to see any team pick the World Cup that was not properly tutored, was not properly coached for that victory. At certain time in life, as you move on the trajectory of life, you will find that certain things by nature will be dropped on your laps. If you took it that it was because you were intelligent, it was because you were the master, that's why you got those things, and you failed to prepare, and you went on to a battleground expecting to win that same thing that was dropped on your lap on a platter, you fail woefully. I'm saying all this to say to you that you and I know that the president escaped by the whiskers in 2015. And the escape is still a matter of debate today as to if indeed he was very popular and his political party was popular, why did he not sign the Electoral Act then? There are a lot of things we can speak to today, but I do not think this is the time to speak to those things. But as you became victorious, quote and unquote, in 2015, and you take that gives you the gusto to say that you are going to be victorious when the entire things, variables and factors that made you victorious in 2015 have all changed. It would be as though you are living in fool's paradise.
So could you tell us some of the variables that actually
First off, and it's not because I'm excited about the Electoral Act. First off, we have Electoral Act that changes the game. As compared to the Babati Sokme system that is spoken about from the north to the south to the east.
Did you say, could you expatiate on
yes,
that? What did
the
you
father has said system.
Okay.
Babati Sokme, the father has said system that allows for ballot box snatching and stealing, that allows for the hijacking of INEC officers and allowing them to declare results, that allows for all of what we saw play out both in 2015 and in 2011. That, to some extent, even though I'm not so excited about it, has changed. That's one. The variable of the president as a leader is no longer going to be contesting. Nobody can argue with the fact that President Muhammadu Buhari has some generic followings in the north. That is not tied to anything out of the fact that it was exceptional at leadership. No, it's not tied to anything that is you can say it's subjective. It has some generic followings that if you went anywhere in the north, do not forget, even under PDP, whilst PDP was in position, he was winning those places now.
So the generic following.
So this is where I'm going to. This is where I'm going to now. Just let me land. It was the factor that made for the kinds of votes that they got in those places. Today, in 2023, it's no longer going to be in the ballot. It will be some other candidates that will be there. It's foolhardy. It's living in fool's paradise to assume that because under President Muhammadu Buhari, he won in 2011 and won in 2015, that the APC is going to be able to win in 2023. I'm saying to you that, and you can take, and that's the biggest problem with journalists, radio stations, and TV stations. A lot of things that I have said that have come to pass, a lot of things that I said in time past, they are refusing to play them. I questioned a few radio stations recently in Rivers State. I said, I told you people all these things in sequence. They're happening right now. How come people are not playing the sound bites? That Nigerians will record this now, record this one now, so you can play it also. I'm saying to you that the APC cannot win 2023 election because all of the variables that made them win in 2011 and 2015 will be absent.
But they are having a convention now, and you know the power the power the president feels is actually what very, very large.
The APC
so
is in disarray.
All right,
I speak to you.
So hold on. I will take JJ now. Yes. You've heard so many things he said about the APC. He's actually of the view that the APC doesn't have what it takes to take over, to retain power in 2023. Do you believe this?
First and foremost, I would just wish that you put on record it, because those things will not happen. But being that as it may, if you want to follow history, in 2015, former President Goodluck Jonathan didn't sign the Electoral Act the way Buhari didn't sign in 2019, right? He failed. So you don't tell me because he didn't sign Electoral Act, that's why he won and all those stuff, because he has signed Electoral Act, the APC will not fail. I'm surprised. As it stands right now in this country, it's like the APC picked this country in 2015 from the dustbin and start molding the country afresh. There was nothing working. Nothing working. Now, a lot of people will tell you, oh, the East-West Road. How was the East-West Road?
Did you really say nothing was working?
Yes!
How would you compare the price
Tell me.
of things in the PDP and now, especially the
How
price
will you
of fuel?
also compare the price before the PDP came and before they left? How much was petrol per liter during Abacha? Obasanjo increased the price of petrol for 11 times.
What would you say about a statement that I will make the dollar 1 naira
No,
to a dollar?
nobody made that statement. Tell me who made it. No, tell me. I challenge you if you can tell me who made it right now. You're making 10,000 naira for yourself now. Tell me who made that statement and where, how.
The president made that statement.
When? At what occasion?
Well,
nobody made such statement. So, as far as I'm concerned, those are just propaganda that they are bringing. How does any normal person tell you that he will make naira and dollar equal when it is the market force that will push those stuff? What are you producing that you now make naira, $1 and all those stuff put together? Knowing too well that even as at when the president came in, the production of oil was less than $800 barrel per day. After the Avengers has avenged all the line and everything, and how much was crude selling? What are you producing? It's a matter of production and all those put together. So you don't tell me somebody make that statement. Show us one evidence. Show us Guardian newspaper, Vanguard, all those conventional newspaper where they copy the person, the date, and all those put together. Nobody made that statement. So as far as I'm concerned, whether it's electoral act or not electoral act, I tell you what has happened so far. If you are driving from Port Harcourt to Enugu now, as soon as you pass Aba, you can close your eyes and drive to Enugu. The East-West Road, they are working seriously. So many bridges, Second Niger Bridge, Bonny Border Road, and all those put together. These were things that they used mouth to even commission, but they were not there.
So you're encouraging the price. Do you say the price of fuel at this point in time is okay?
No, I didn't say so. That's why if you listen to me on my analysis every Thursday on your radio station on oil and gas matters, I said that what is happening right now all over the world, the hike in price and all those put together, we are not even supposed to be part of it. Why? Because we are not refining, so we keep bringing back product, bring that and all those stuff put together. If we were refining, what it concern fish and raincoat now, we will be doing very well. We won't even care whether Ukraine and Russia is fighting, because it doesn't concern us because we are refining. But we have to go sell our crude, buy product, even buy the dirty one and bring in here and all those stuff. If we are refining, we talk of cost of production, not what they call landing cost that is so foreign.
Hold on. Now, you mentioned that there is no area,
yes,
and there's no proof,
yes,
to show that the president said that he was going to make $1 to a naira.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Now, we have a report reaching me now saying that on March the 23rd, 2015, yes, Vanguard, it was said there in a national daily called
and
Vanguard that the president said
yes.
so.
No.
So how would you react to this? Would you say that the president did not say so?
I
or would you say that? Hold on, Akwative, I'll come to you. So, what's your reaction towards this? This is the fact that a publication stay.
That the president didn't say so. Where did he say so?
It's in a publication here.
Where? Read, let's see. Where did he say so? At what occasion?
Okay, so I'll get this for you now. Now, this is, I will make naira equal to a value of $1, says Buhari, says Owerri. Now, the All Progressive Congress APC presidential candidate, General Muhammadu Buhari, on Monday said he would ensure that the naira was equal to the dollar in value if voted into office. Buhari stated this during the Southeast presidential rally of the party at Dan Anyama Stadium in Owerri. So, this is the statement here, March the 23rd, 2015. This is obviously stated here. This is the paper. It's online.
You can come up with anything.
No. This is 23rd.
It is as a matter
hold on, I'm not for you now.
Yes.
I'll come to you.
Yeah.
So, you could also Google it.
Yes.
And actually state it now.
I will do that.
What's your reaction towards this? And the dollar is actually way above the naira.
I don't believe such. He didn't say so. I still stand by it.
Andy, I'll come to you. Why would you say the president did not say so? It's on the publication and it's there over there in the public. Why would you say the president did not say so? What's your proof?
Because the president will not say so because he knows it's a matter of production. It's a matter, what are you producing, what are you selling? Even the oil you're selling right now, Saudi Arabians are smiling to the bank and making so much money, you can't even make 1 naira from it. That is why even the present month now, there will be no, money to share. Because the NNPC said you will have moved all the money to pay subsidy. Then you're doing all that, then you're telling me that, oh, it's converting 1 naira to $1. How? The statement is not complete. So read further and see the circumstance that led him to say so, which he didn't say in the first place.
Okay, so Andy, what's your reaction towards the statement by Jerry Omas?
Yes, the APC, they are living in fool's paradise, escapist mentality. When I listen to my friend and my brother
I
speak,
hold on,
wait, hold on. I like to let you know. Okay, gentlemen, hold on, Andy. I will come to you, Andy. Hold on.
That's why
Hold on.
Because this is what is real.
At this point in
I
time,
can play the video for him to listen to.
Okay, hold on. Okay,
so the president also said, no, let me just address. The president also said,
Andy, I'll come to you.
Okay.
Now, the thing is this. I like to let you state it prompt and plain here. We're actually talking for development, and this is what I want you to have as a mindset. Now, I want you also to make sure you observe decorum while a speaker is on. True. I will make sure that nobody speaks when you are speaking. Please. Also, I'd like you to adhere to these rules and we'll move on. So, Andy, the floor is over to you now to speak and react to the statement by Jerry Omas.
Okay. I'm going to start from addressing that it was not just this that was the president promise, one of the promises that was made by the president that they have failed on. The president also asked, and I have the videos of all this, I pray I will be able to send them to you when we go on the next break, also asked that, is there subsidy? Who is subsidizing who? The president challenged the subsidy regime and said it's plagued with corruption. Sorry, and that people are just talking about subsidy. And no, there is no subsidy. Today as we speak, the same president is signing trillions of naira for subsidy. He's signing trillions of naira for subsidy. He said there was no subsidy. Do you know all the things that they have argued? The APC spin doctors. The things that they have argued that the president did not see. Several of them. The president ruled on 3 major things and addressing the economy. Will they say the president is not supposed to bring out a 3-point agenda? How much of these issues around this agenda have we fixed in this country? There is a proliferation of insecurity everywhere in this country today. A proliferation. If you went to the north, you found insecurity. You went to the south, to the east, and as I speak with you, the governor of Anambra State just recently said, oh, all of you must start coming to work on Monday. In the southeast, indeed, there is no, you cannot say you have reprieve from insecurity. In the southwest, is the same. Everywhere you get to, you find that these people have come to power to make worse of the situation that the failing PDP already took us into.
Okay, so Andy, I want to take you on this now.
Yes.
Also, another information that's just reached me. There's been a refutal of that statement made by the president on March the 23rd, 2015, which we just read, yes, saying that the president was going to make $1 to a naira, right? This is March 29th, 2021.
Yes.
And I read this out to you. Now, the Nigerian government Sunday debunked on Guardian newspaper says the Nigerian government Sunday debunked claims that President Muhammadu Buhari promised he would make the naira, it will make the naira have an equal value with a dollar.
So
how do you juxtapose the statement?
Journalist.
How do you
If
just afford this
a
study?
president spoke, a newspaper of such credibility as Vanguard said that the president said, and the president did not say, would you just take them to debunk?
So,
would they not write Vanguard to say, I'm giving you 1 month to produce the clip or rescind or go back to the paper and say that the president did not say? Otherwise, we are going to take you to court.
So yeah, means
would
you're
they
saying
not
that
have
the
done
president
that?
actually said what he said.
The president just merely spoke politically by saying that he debunked. He debunked what? Did you see that there was a rejoinder in Vanguard to say that the publication we put out on 23rd of this date, we are taking it back as a result of the fact that we have looked at the clips that was aired by the president. We have looked at it and we did not see anywhere there where the president directly or indirectly made this promise. Did you see that?
Okay.
A rejoinder is not sufficient.
Thank you, Andy.
All you would have done by the court would have meant that you would have written back to Vanguard to say, rescind this.
So we didn't see any
Go
of
back
this.
to say that
we didn't see any
we
of
did
this.
not see any of us. I'm waiting
Okay.
for them. All of the spin doctors who have been pushing this on social media, I've encountered them severally. That's why I was when my friend here was telling you where did they. I said, show me the publication. Where
Okay, hold on, Omas. I will get to you.
We are sorry that we said this.
Okay, hold on. Thank you, Andy. You've made your point clear. Now, Jerry,
Yes.
2015 and 2021, they are quite apart.
Yeah.
And we did not see any statement of the president, according to Andy, saying that the president is asking a reputable media organization, a print media organization, to refute their statement and take them to court for what he has said. Now, why didn't they? Hold on. I'll come to you, Andy. And is it a sign that they say that? And if they did not say that, are you trying to say that the president didn't really mean what he say? And with the magnitude of the office of a president, why would you say a thing and don't mean it?
As far as I'm concerned, people say that the snake that just one person sees can be too long, but by the time 2-3 eyes sees it, they can say no, it's not like this, it's not like that. And moreover, the presidency has come to say the president didn't say that. And at the end of the day, somebody is telling me, oh, it's like this, oh, it's like that, oh. But the presidency have said, we didn't say that.
So are you saying that they're lying?
Who is like? Yes,
the presidency is lying.
No, not the president. They say the president did not say it. The same year.
No, that was 2021. We just read from Guardian newspaper.
No, it's 2015.
No.
Check it now.
No, you check it. You bring it out.
So what I'm trying to tell you in essence is, there are things that you do and you begin to go back in life. And people will tell you that if you throw stone at every dog that back at you, you may not get to your destination. So maybe they overlook it, and they now saw that this thing is becoming something that people are quoting.
Did you say maybe they overlook it?
Yes.
Why should they overlook such statement by a president of a nation?
Well, I'm not one of this president advisor, so I don't know. But coming to refute it now, it's like telling you, look, the president didn't say it in the first place, because how could somebody say that? That's something that is a function of the economy. Suddenly you come and say, look, you want to make it equal.
So are you indirectly saying that the president made a statement because of the political campaign he was embarking on at that time in 2015?
I said he didn't say it because I told you where even the presidency came and said nothing like that.
But the situation surrounding that statement states that he was actually campaigning for the office of the president in 2015.
And how many of the media houses were there? The paper that carried this whole thing is just the Vanguard and the cable online newspaper.
Another electronic media which I wouldn't want to mention actually said such.
No,
the video is clear. The video is clear. Hold on, Andy.
The
video is clear.
I didn't see the video.
Well, we'll leave it at that now. JJ, okay, hold on, Andy. I'll get your reaction shortly. You've mentioned the APC had 3 agendas they wanted to carry out, which is fighting corruption, fighting insecurity, and addressing the economy. At this point in time, we'll come there. I'd like to get the reaction of Andy. finally concerning this now.
So my friend and brother JJ says, why should the president say that? I thought we were going to take him up again to say, did the president not say that the subsidy regime was a hoax?
He said so.
Why should the president say that? The same reason he said that was the same reason he said he was going to fix the naira and the dollar. He was campaigning. He had not done due diligence. He had not done the work that he ought to have done, but was riding on emotions of the people. These were things that the people pandered towards, the people were excited about. If you talked about the naira, the value of the naira, oh, the people would be excited. If you talked about the subsidy regime, oh, the people would be. They came and they played the political card before Nigerians. The president merely came to do politics. But years after, when they found out that was an impossibility, the same way they found out the subsidy, they went and called the presidential team to say, how can we begin to do damage control? But for people like Andy, you cannot pull the wool over our eyes. Because if someone says Andy is gay, is homosexual, and put it on paper, and I see it, and I'm not gay, and I do not, through my lawyer, send a strong letter to them to say, you are either going to show me proof substantiating that Andy is gay, or I'm going to sue you for libel. If I did not send that to them, I have accepted indeed that I'm gay. If somebody acted on that information in 2021 now, and by 2024 or 2025, I then say to the paper that I was not gay, that would be rather, I want to be careful with my choice of word, clumsy. I can tell you on good authority that there are people in this country, and I can ask one or two friends and I'll send it to my friend, who have the video, that's why they could not tell the newspaper house to refute it, of the president saying it. Do you know in Lagos, when they were having their campaign, do you want me to tell you all of the things that the president also said that they were going to do in conjunction with their leader, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, what they said they were going to do?
Thank you, Andy.
The APC even has in their manifesto, they will deny every other thing. Let me just make this point. If they will deny every other thing, they will deny everything they said during the campaign. In their manifesto is written that they will restructure Nigeria. In their manifesto,
we'll come to that.
Hold on. One of their governors.
Andy, thank you, Andy. Thank you. All right, so I want to read out this point to you.
I'm listening.
Fighting corruption,
yes.
Fighting insecurity, and addressing the economy.
Yes.
Has the APC as a party been able to do this in Nigeria?
Fighting corruption, yes. Fighting insecurity, in between. The economy, how was the economy before they came in?
Okay, let's take one after the other now.
Fine.
Fighting corruption. How would you say they have fought corruption
and
brought it to a standstill?
Just 2 days ago, when the president was commissioning some job done by the EFCC rolled out their result sheet that in 1 year they've been able to get about 240 convictions. A corruption fight. You have seen ex-governors go to jail. You see Darie, you see what's the other one? James Gilale from Adamawa, and so many of them like that. So getting this whole thing done is as good as fighting corruption. But I also tell you that when the president was addressing one event some time ago, he said, I think the National Assembly, he said the biggest problem he had in the fight against corruption is the judiciary. Let me tell you one instance. Ojus Okalu was sentenced to prison for stealing Abia State money. You are aware? The appeal court affirmed the same thing. At the Supreme Court now used technicality. That as at the time that the judge who gave that judgment was giving that judgment in the High Court, that it ought to be at the appeal court already. But you also know that the president of the appeal court as at that time, Justice Bukashwa, also gave them a lead that, look, since this case is now concluded, and what is remaining is judgment. Go and deliver judgment so that we don't delay the already delayed system. Of course, you know the implication. If that judge is transferred or promoted to the appeal court, a new judge will come in, will not use whatever that judge has done already. They will have to start the whole process afresh. You know that? So to avoid that, the justice of the president of the appeal court said, go and deliver judgment. And that was where the Supreme Court issued on. The Supreme Court did not say what the judge here is not right. He only said that for the fact that that guy has been promoted to the appeal court, and as at that time was given leeway to come back and deliver judgment, that judgment cannot hold. Can you imagine that? Also, as at the 8th Assembly, Saraki, who was the Speaker of the
so the Senate, judiciary was going to be held responsible for that,
I'm coming. Saraki, who was the Senate President, the President wrote a memo to him saying that, approve, let us create a special court to try corruption so that this case don't take too long. Like you have the election tribunal that doesn't pass 6 months. They killed it. You can also remember when the president sent the name of Magu, a nomination for EFCC chairman. Akpabio, who was the minority leader at the Senate there, you know what he said? That we cannot confirm somebody that will use us as pepper soup. So, if you have such people in the National Assembly as at that time, coming up with such a statement and action, how do you want the corruption fight to go? Because the president cannot just pick anybody and put into prison. He has to pass through due process. He has to pass through the court. What will you do by the time the court starts frustrating this whole thing? It becomes an issue. But in spite of that, the EFCC only last year have been able to get over 240-something convictions. I think it turns up to the president for that.
Okay. Andy, you've heard some of the situations and incidences he's actually read out to tell us that the president is actually on the fight against corruption. Would you agree with this?
Absolutely. In my opinion, that is neither here nor there. You have asked me to use my words, season my words. I would have said that that's utter gibberish. And I would say that because vision gives direction. Vision gives direction. If I said I wanted to go to Rumokoro here in Port Harcourt, the first thing that I considered would be, do I have a vehicle that can take me there? If I do not, would I be able to get a vehicle from here that can take me there? I would have to make those considerations, make those plans, because I understood that the vision required certain vehicle for it to be established. A president comes and says to us that he wanted to fight corruption and is being excused on the altar of his failure to prepare the vehicles that can take him into that destination.
What are the vehicles?
The vehicles are the judiciary. The vehicles would be the police force. The vehicles would be the National Assembly. The leader of the party is the president. Do not forget that as at the time we are speaking, Saraki was a member of the APC. The president can rein in all those who are even in the different arms. He's been doing. He can speak to them and say to them, this is my vision. You are a part of this vision. These are the roles. These are the steps that you have to take for us to accomplish. But this vision is not essentially mine alone. It's the vision of the party. This is my template for achieving this vision. I need you people to go and start doing the construct around how we are going to have a court, special court designed to prosecute this case. I need the police force to give me a special team that I'm going to send abroad to go and learn forensic auditing, forensic skills around how to bust crime like it's done by FBI, like it's done by CIA, to the extent that they are the ones helping us to know that a one-time super cop in Nigeria
was involved. So in this whole system of fighting corruption, nobody knew. Now, I need that. I need the judiciary to also come in. It's a strategy, and I've been saying you do not fight corruption with body language. From day one, I was saying there is no strategy. Therefore, I'm not shocked that my brother and friend here is heaping the excuse on the failure of strategy. Failure of strategy by the person that had got the vision. I'm coming, my brother. Let me land. Let me go to where I'm going to. Failure of strategy. Because even after Saraki left, they had a Senate president. I heard him call on the radio station, and he said on that fateful day that thank God.
What are you talking about now?
Omas Jerry.
Okay.
Called on the radio station and said, thank God now we have someone who is the Senate president that is blood, flesh, APC. Months after, the Senate president, I'm talking about Lawal, said that whatever...
Did you say that? Hold on. Did you say...
Yes, he did.
Okay.
But months later, the Senate president said, oh, whatever the president gives to me, I'm paraphrasing, I am going to do. Now, my friend had said here that Saraki was the club. Saraki has since left. Where is that bill? Has it been represented to the man who has said that whatever you give to me, I'm going to do? Has it been represented to him? It speaks to the fact that it was just, they were politicking. And I'm going to prove it also to tell you. Their chairman said, and I'm paraphrasing, your sins will be forgiven as soon as you come into APC. That was why a certain senator who was contesting with the current president of the Senate was told to drop his ambition, and as soon as that was done, the case that he had with EFCC was dropped.
All right. Thank
That
you.
is why also a certain senator and a governor of Akwa Ibom State, who immediately jumps it, Stella Odua, who jumps it, all of their cases began to die. It speaks to the fact that they were playing to the gallery. They were not interested in fighting. Corruption today in Nigeria has gone gangrenous.
All right,
Corruption
thank you, Andy.
today in Nigeria is worse than it ever was in the history of this country.
Thank you, Andy. If you're just joining us, this is the Situation Room of the All Progressive Congress convention taking place in Abuja. We're yet to get signals from Abuja, and we will be having some debates and counter debates and conversations in line with this convention taking place and how far the APC have fared in ruling Nigeria. And I've been joined by Jerry Omas, social commentator and also a political analyst here. Congress going on. We're still expecting the arrival of the president as we stand. We understand that some political bigwigs have actually arrived at the venue. Talking about Adams Oshomole, we've had arrival of the Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Amechi, and some other bigwigs there. Let's see what happens in Abuja. Stay with us. We'll be right back. I am Nnamdi Uzugu.
But I remain committed to the United Kingdom leaving.
Since I became Prime Minister, I've said we must get on and get Brexit done on October the 31st so that this country can move on.
Sir, my amendment is that Mr. President should be invited to come and explain the situation.
For the Nigerian government to stop killing its people and
Anchor on the facts, breaking news and in-depth interviews on a wide range of topics.
Atlantic Television Network, home for in-depth reportage, facts, professionalism, all the news you need. Atlantic Television Network. Atlantic Television Network.
Atlantic Television Network, anchoring facts.
People into the country illegally. That is amazing. Honorables, you human trafficking. Honorables, you
Every day, our lives are changed by history.
We are one people, all of us.
Leaders, politics.
Nobody's ambition is what the
I have fought a very family.
Natural occurrence, war, and the world economy.
I belong to everybody, and I belong to nobody.
ATN covers it all on ATN Politics today.
From the lines across the ocean to the land beyond the mountains, through the Sahara, we bring all sport news, live analysis, expert discussions on trending stories in politics, business, socio-economy, sports, and documentaries. So catch all the updates on the happenings around the globe. Stay focused on the fact today. Only on ATN.
The making of Wish 99.5 FM and Atlantic Television Network. The renowned American coach, speaker, and author of the bestseller Awakening the Giants Within, Anthony J. Robbins said, "Setting goals is the first step in turning the invisible into the 8.5 FM and Atlantic Television Network broadcast brands." Morrison Communication Limited is a 100% wholly Nigerian indigenous private company incorporated in 2003. The company has a three-pronged line of business: ICT, events, and media. Her media engagements commenced in 2003 with the establishment of Wish newspaper and 2005 with Wish International magazine. It has established and operated several internet centers across the country. Morrison is still one of the major events management organizations with high-profile shows to her credit, as well as parading the state-of-the-art equipment in the sector. The company ventured into electronic media by applying for license to operate a radio channel in 2008 and procured equipment to show its readiness and determination. However, this was not to be, as bureaucracy and state acts did not allow the realization of the dream. In 2017, the company employed a strategic approach which led to the establishment of Wish 99.5 FM, Port Harcourt, Nigeria's business radio, and has continued to dominate the broadcasting sphere. The company's development plan brought about the announcement that it is establishing a television network in 2020, which many saw as a dream, in reminiscence of Roy T. Bennett's quote that dreams don't work unless you take action. The surest way to make your dreams come true is to live them, true to the fact. In January 2021, the world woke up to reality of the birth of Atlantic Television Network, ATN, a state-of-the-art digital network. Atlantic Television Network, ATN, is a 24-hour live broadcast station with headquarters in Wish Complex, Wish Avenue along NTA Choba Road in Port Harcourt City, Rivers State, with the digital centers in Abuja, Lagos, and correspondents across Nigeria. ATN was built to begin full transmission at the end of the first quarter of 2020, but installations were put on hold following the outbreak of COVID-19 global pandemic, a major setback not to Morrison Communication but to the whole wide world. Believing in the treatise of entrepreneur, media mogul and founder of cable news network CNN, Ted Turner, that you should set goals beyond your reach so you always have something to live for. The goal set by the chairman of Morrison Communications Limited, Dr. Chinyere Igwe Esquire, seemed daunting given the prevailing circumstance. The entrepreneurial spirit of the company, against all odds, pushed through the COVID-19 tide and sought and birth of Atlantic Television Network in the first quarter of 2021. According to George Herbert, to him that wills, ways are not wanting, which in contemporary times means where there is a will, there will always be a way. An ATN commenced test transmission in July 2021 and embarked on full broadcast transmission 1st September 2021. The network transmits 24-hour live broadcasts of news, current affairs, and entertainment with stakeholders' analysis, experts' opinion, and many more every day. To the glory of God, we are the first indigenous television network station with international reach from the east of the As the 26th President of the United States of America, Theodore Roosevelt Jr. said, "Believe you can, and you are halfway there." Atlantic Television Network is here to stay and have everything it takes to get there and beyond. Atlantic Television Network, anchoring facts.
A world without tomatoes is like a string quartet without violins. Lauren Cohen, 1994 to 1992. Fruits and vegetables are a vital part of nutrition. One of such vegetables that have proven their nutritional value over time is tomato. Tomato is a vegetable commodity.
But I remain committed to the United Kingdom leaving.
Can move on.
Sir, my amendment is that Mr. President should be invited to come and explain the situation.
For the Nigerian government to stop killing its
Great to have you join us back after the break. We're still at the live situation report. Getting signals from Abuja is quite little bit of an issue at this point in time, but we'll move on now with the analysts we have in the studio here. We've been discussing on the matters concerning the APC and his style of leadership and the promises they made from the beginning when they entered into power up until now. And this is what we have, the situation we have on ground. We have situations whereby most delegated there from the party, those with the different factions are already there at the party. We still have a situation on ground also reaching us that as at that time of this time of the report, we have 167 delegates from River State already established there, and most of them have been accredited. Cross River also, we have 205 delegates there already established that have been almost accredited. We still expect more statistics from those who are going to be getting accredited at the convention ground of the APC. Talking about the Eagle Square. Going over now into the studio, we have Andy Akpotive, a social commentator. Andy, thank you for still staying through up to this time. Thank you, sir. Also, we have Andy. We also have JJ or Jerry Omas, social commentator, also political analyst here. Thank you, JJ, for staying on.
Yes, well, what can we do for the country's development? So we have to stay.
Okay, so I'd like to bring you up to speed with the situation on ground. Earlier on, we had a report that states that the Edo State delegates have Congress. That's on one path. Now, we also hear that the president of Senator Magnus Abe is also there at the situation at the convention ground, and also we had a situation from the party. We had to get from the view of Magnus Abe to find out if this is true. Why should he be there? He's there at the convention ground, so it's obvious that somehow he associates and identifies the All Progressive Congress, and we're yet to get from him if he's still a member of the party. What do you make of the fracas really going on right now? Is a sign that there is also disparate views concerning issues of the APC, and there are factions in the APC in River State. First, Jerry Omas, I'd like to take you on this. Is this a sign that the APC is having...
That they don't have issues. But anybody that tells you that Magnus Abe is not a member of the APC, I don't know if they have checked the record and check all the records at the national level, at the state level. Don't also forget that Magnus was even holding a position as a board member until the NNPC was dissolved and now turned to NNPC, is it PLC or whatever, even though I've not seen any change and all this stuff. So he was a member of the board as at that time. And during as at the time, in subcommittee, Wogu Bombs, his name also came out and all those stuff, and at the end of the day, they stream, they have to drop some names that led to Wogu Bombs even contesting. So if you're saying that Magnus is not a member of the APC, it means by extension, Wogu Bombs may not also check their record. You understand what I'm saying? Wogu Bombs funds for him. That fund doesn't come here. I think it's about 5 million naira, and the party collected his money. At the same time, you're telling me that the person that is leading his own faction is not a member of the party. It means you're telling me that there is some great question to answer by the party. So as far as I'm concerned, I don't want to delve into who is a member of the party and who is not a member of. And at the time, I even had some persons say that I'm not even a member of the party. So how did they know the member of the party and who is not a member of the party? As I'm talking to you, I have my party registration slip. I have the number of, and I have everything for me. So how will somebody now wake up and say, look, I have to do press conference, I don't know how to call, even if it's not anything. I can buy 100 naira and use as data, and even do Facebook Live, and just do like 3-4 minutes, deliver my message. If that one finish, I know that I'm no longer doing anything. That is as poor as that. They have not done that. Magnus Abe is a former senator, 2-time senator, former secretary to the state government, former 2 times assembly. Is afraid of calling press conference or informing the entire world that is no longer belonging to APC, that he would die or something. No, now. So I don't think they are telling us the truth based on the has gone to come back. Why Magnus is still there? I don't understand.
Okay, well, you're yet to already understand.
It is pathetic, and I am really very not so happy that the APC is not giving the needed opposition voice that would have been able to salvage residents and people of River State. River State is being run by one political party, And expectedly, if one man was doing it alone and nobody was saying to him that, oh, you ought to have done it like this, but you did not do it like this, the man would think that indeed he was doing it rightly. So I am sad. I am not exactly very excited that the fate that befell the APC in Rivers State befell them. But what even sad, you were presented with the same questions and you failed it, then it will mean that you are not my son. So when I was growing up, and I'm going to give this analogy to explain what when we were growing up as children, every time we wrote, and every answer that you gave, every answer that you ticked whilst you were answering the question, you must tick on your question paper. So every time any of us in my family wrote any exam, we ticked two things. We ticked the answer sheet and we ticked the question paper. And when we brought it home, my father would sit with us, we go through everything one after the other, and would say, oh, okay, you did this. Now you know what he's waiting for. He then waits until you are writing the next exams. When you bring that question, he's juxtaposing it. He takes it with the one that he had seen before, and if he finds that he taught you certain things that came out in this new one and you failed it, you were in trouble with him. This illustration is one that I think should have been given the leaders of APC. The same exam that they wrote and they failed in 2015, the same exam that they wrote and they failed in 20 and daughters.
You have not mentioned my name.
Yes, the likes of Amas Jerry. The likes of Amas Jerry. They are quite notable. Why is it that they are still unable to put their house in order? Months after indeed that they suffered the fate of not being able to get on the ballot. Come to River State today, you find that in the House of Assembly, it is all PDP. Everywhere it's all PDP. Local government is all PDP. You wonder why people are moving in their droves from the APC to PDP? Because in Nigeria today, we are still running a system of belly infrastructure, stomach infrastructure, and a political party that is out of power for 2 consecutive terms. Are you aware that the people that are in that political party, that they are going to be hungry by now?
So are you saying they don't have a faith in Rivers State?
I'm saying that should they, and I'm not excited about it, should they not be able to do the needful right now, the Rivers State APC also will suffer the same fate come 2023.
Thank you.
And it will be a shame.
Okay, let's take the statement by Festus Keyamo as the Minister of State for Labour and Employment. Festus Keyamo, today he said that he accused the People's Democratic Party, PDP, of accepting defeat ahead of 2023 election. Now, he said, Keyamo said that the PDP was desperately looking for a backdoor route to power. Now, the reason why he said this was he was reacting to the suit by the PDP asking Abuja Federal High Court to invalidate the All Progressive Congress APC National Convention. Jerry, what would you say? Is this statement? Is it right? Does it hold water that a PDP is trying to come back through the back door route to take over power?
I think the court, as it stands, is not made for animals. Some of those laws need to be tested, and if it goes through, then there's no problem. If it doesn't go through, there's no problem. But for me, just like the Umai case and all those stuff, my prayer is that let this case get up to Supreme Court so that there will be a pronunciation on that, so that nobody bothers about themselves again. Now, the APC conducting their convention today, they have not violated any law. The rules given by INEC states that they are still within the period they are supposed to do their own thing, even though the PDP have started selling their own presidential fund, which Atiku, Saraki, I think this other Sokoto state governor put together. But I don't see any reason why the PDP will now go to court and say, look, you have to cancel whatever the APC is doing right now. On what ground? You pay the feeding allowance, you pay all the allowance and all. So as soon as that is not done within the 6 months mark whatever your Buni failed totally. He has spent close to 2 years for a job they gave him for 6 months.
But the convention is ongoing as we speak.
What was the period they gave him to do convention? It's just like Governor Wike, for example, because we're in River State, give you a contract to build a flyover for 6 months. And you're building that flyover for 2 years. You know how much the cost of every equipment you have on site? 2 years for 6 months job? That is total failure. Extreme failure. So no matter how you want to paint it, I don't know. But I tell you, Buni has not done that. He wants to use that power, use through the back door too, like Kiyamo has said for the PDP. Him, Buni, want to use the back door, run through a presidency. And that is not done, for goodness sake. That's why when I started, among the critical ordinary members is second to none. Look at Akpanu Duede, having his own faction, where people are even saying factions are too much. We just discussed about Magnus Abe, the Honorable Minister of Transportation. You are coming to create, as far as I'm concerned, the greed and everything has made Buni to fail totally. You can't do a job of 6 months for 2 years now. You cannot even bear it. You brought people, brought machines, brought everything. You're doing job instead of you to even finish in 4 months so that you can get more recommendations, adjournment. The last approval or whatever he got was that from the look of things, he can't do anything. So let's sack him.
Thank you, Mas. But we have not seen any sack there.
And the president needs to learn how to sack. Need to go to the US. I think, no, although his time is almost going, but the next president, please contact Donald Trump and learn how to sack people.
The situation room of the APC convention, and we are taking live feeds from Abuja, which we had earlier on, and we have an analysis here in the studio here in Port Harcourt. Actually, we're calling it a halt now. We will get information shortly later to find out when we can also come back and get feeds from Abuja. Currently, we had the situation report saying that the convention is actually going on, and accreditations are actually taking place, though it's starting later than we expected, but they say better late than never. That's what they say. So the convention is going on. We're yet to find out if the president has arrived. The venue of the convention, which is the Eagle Square in Abuja, we heard that security is quite tight there, and sometimes signals are actually having issues being gotten when you are there at the convention grounds. Our reporters and correspondents are actually busy getting and fishing out juicy parts of this convention that could make very good news for us to listen and watch. This is Atlantic Television Network live studios of the APC convention, and I am Namdi Uzuku. I'd like to also thank Andy Ekbotive for coming through today, staying with us to really do justice to these matters, though we didn't finish some matters yet to discuss on the matter that had to do with the 3-point agenda set by the APC when they were coming into power, which is fighting corruption, fighting insecurity, and addressing the issue of the economy. Maybe some other time we'll take on that issue. Barely 12 months or barely 11 months to the 2023 elections, we'll actually find out if the APC can really retain power come 2023. Jerry Almas.
What I tell you, I've not seen the force that will defeat APC come 2023. They may look so tattered and haggard right now. All the clay together, you see them on the ground, but by the time they finish, you see a very fine native pot.
And the airport, the final words as we run.
Thank you so much for having me. We are getting to the threshold, and on the battlefield, it is generals alone that survive battles. Neophytes do not survive battles. I see a lot of neophytes in the political front right now. I see a lot of neophytes, you know, people who are what they are on the altar of the generals they are serving. People who today have been able to claim into victory, or they are claiming victory because of the general that is in President Muhammadu Buhari. He still enjoys some good some goodwill in the north. Okay. But you see, the battle is not for neophytes. In 2023, I can guarantee you, and I want it taken into record,
It's
that
been
the
recorded.
APC cannot emerge again in 2023 as the party that will govern Nigeria, because they have failed on every facet. They have failed typically on everything that they established that they were going to do. They have failed, and I'm sure they cannot emerge.
Time will tell for the prophecies of Andy Akpotive and also the statements by Jerry Omas concerning the ruling All Progressive Congress Party in Nigeria. From Atlantic Television Network, we want to say thank you for surely joining us all through this time of our station today. Stay with us. We will have time. We'll also come back to, if we have a live feed from Abuja, we'll tell you. Tomorrow also is another time to discuss very strong politics. Let's see how the unfolding will go at the ground of the Eagle Square tomorrow. Open air. Join me 10 a.m. I'll be with you. I remain Nnamdi Uzuku. You can follow us on all our social media handles to get a large chunk or bite of the discourse we had so far. Follow us on all our social media handles. Facebook and on YouTube is at Atlantic Television Network. On Instagram is at Atlantic TV Network. Remember that peace and unity are the pathway to